Everyone can be heard now.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Well, turn it off.
And everyone can be seen now. Ooh it. Let me just adjust Purdy's character bit though. I want to make it. Hello. Oh my god, with the trimmed
Delicious.
beard.
I know, right?
Oh.
It's glorious and mysterious.
Too fitty. Yeah. And there you go.
Yeah, so yeah, I probably should have
Just
trimmed
a
the
little
third one down a
guy.
little further. Oh, that was
Maybe
you. Sorry.
maybe more like that. Oh, I can trim him. I could trim him further.
No, I realised my token. I also didn't do the same thing, but that's okay.
No, that's okay. I did it.
Yeah. I did the same thing on his token though.
Oh.
Like everybody else is a close up of the face, and then it's kind of like, oh, it's like half the body. Which, you know,
Bring it.
given the races of people we've got, that's actually probably about accurate camera scale-wise.
Yeah, probably. Make him just a little guy.
He's just a little
He's
fella.
just a little guy. Yeah. He's just a little guy. Does he work though? Pretty talk. Yeah, he works. Everyone's one works. Ooh, ooh. It looks so cute every time. Fucking. Oh. Can't believe
Right.
it.
Ah, how we all doing, guys?
Good.
Welcome to some D&D. It feels like it's been a while.
Ooh, ooh.
I mean, it hasn't. It hasn't been a while, but it's been a while.
It feels like we played last year.
This feels accurate. Yep. Yep. This feels very accurate. So, we're just gonna kick off, are we?
Okay.
All right. Cool. So, hello and welcome to a D&D one shot set in my world of Syleria with these lovely folks. It's going to be a little bit more casual and laid back today compared to the usual campaign nonsense that I do. But, you know, I need that to prove to myself that I can, as well as just having a little bit more of relaxed, fun time with people.
You're like, I need to prove to myself that I don't always traumatize
But
my
I
players.
can still do, yeah, things that are not grim and a downer.
That's so funny.
Because that seems to be most of the time.
No, I love our
believe.
game. Our game has so much
Um,
silly.
But anyway, yeah, we're here to play a little bit of a tropical island adventure getaway. There is a little bit of a backstory to it, but we're just going to explain that as we get into it. So, starting off in a country that most of you are pretty familiar with is Piragonia. In fact, in the crown jewel of the desert nation, one of the oldest cities in the world, Vasia, its capital, you have all assembled. You've all come together at the behest of someone who's sought you out. A man known as Sargon, who seems to have all of these connections, and whether you knew him prior or you did not, he has at the very least heard of you. And he has an offer. And given that this is a one shot, you take him up on that offer, because that's the way one shots work. Deal with it. Which is, he is going to take you aboard his ship and sail on out into the waters of remorse to visit the Drakan colonies, which, for the most part, in remembered history, has been a place that has been closed off to the general outside world. Ever since the Scourge War and the Drakans were banished to those islands, the only people really allowed to visit were traders and merchants. But the current elder and speaker for the islands wants to open up to the wider populace and get a better understanding of the world, and the world having a better understanding of them. Weirdly, that is going to begin with you guys. So, having gathered in the Desert Kingdom, you are in the stone jetties, the massive white and gold, brass and copper domes and spires of the city behind you, looking at the large trade caravel known as Ambition's Call. You have been all slowly sort of ushered onto the ship, making sure you have all of your various bits and pieces on this hot and dusty day. The wind coming south off the Bay of Mists is definitely not particularly refreshing. And it's almost a bit of a shame that you have to leave the cool streets. Some weird magic that lies throughout the city that keeps it at a relatively cool temperature for the citizens there. But you board onto the trade caravel, ushered aboard, and it isn't too long before the Ambition's Call weighs anchor and leaves behind the city of Varsia, tracking north, initially towards the Bay of Mists, the shrouded waters beckoning, and then it begins to tack starboard, directly out into the Eastern Ocean, where a 4-day journey awaits you to reach the islands beyond. So as the spires, the domes, the desert kingdom fades behind you, the broom ever present over the Bay of Mists recedes, the calls of the sailors and crew of the ship ringing about. This is about where I'm just going to get you guys to introduce each other, or introduce yourselves. You have a 4-day journey. So we will at the very least get to know what you look like. Whether you would like to explain more about your character, whether you choose to take that 4 days to get to know one another, you can do that. Or you can leave it as simple as a description. But I'm going to leave it up to you to do that now. Whoever wants to kick it off.
Ooh.
I'll nominate someone if nobody does.
I can kick it off, sure. Okay.
There you go.
So probably straight on the first day on the boat, you'll notice this woman who has kind of like this dirty blonde hair, very bright piercing eyes, but she's just got quite an easy countenance about her. She sort of looks like very sun-kissed, like she's possibly worked on some kind of farmland for a while. And she is every now and then leaning into a little copper wire, and you can hear her saying, please, Harold, just, make sure he doesn't get into the sugar cookies, and that Papa Quaddy is not telling him too many silly stories, okay? She seems like kind of just a worried mother sort of character.
All right.
Yeah.
Leaving it at that for the 4-day journey? Again, it's up to you. If you just want to leave it at a very basic description, that's entirely up to you. We can learn more about your character as we go.
She's, you would probably see at some point, out of one of her long draping sleeves, a snake comes forth and wraps around her hand, and she puts it on the boat to get some stretch out, as it kind of like climbs up the mast, and hangs out as a kind of like a bright, green snake. Looks like a garden snake. Other than that, she's very easygoing. She's easy to chat to. And if anyone asks her name, she'll say, "Oh, hi, I'm Abigail. It's really nice to meet you." Yeah.
All right. And human. I'm guessing
Human.
appearance.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you, Abigail. Who wants to go next? Who wants to introduce themselves?
I'll go next.
All right. Let's go.
So Ghislaine is a middle-aged looking foul-blooded. He has a very, very worn and well-loved coat on. Seems like quite a traveler sort of person. But more of a hobo-ish. Like, he doesn't look like he's got a lot of wealthy possessions. But he does offer to aid the crew with magics to help the ship. That's pretty much what it'd do on the 4 days.
Yep, no worries. And so for those of you who don't know, foul-bloodeds are Syleria's tieflings. Right, thank you, Ghislaine. Perd, Vixen, who wants to go next?
I can go.
All right.
So, at first glance, the Var looks quite intimidating. She's a Felinoir, which is a kind of cat centaur. So she's she stands kind of tall and proudly, or she would if she was used to being on the sea, but she's not. She, at the moment, she, we'll start with her face. She's got a resting grumpy face. You don't know if she is just grumpy or if that's just her face. And frankly, you're a little scared to check because she has got like a big scar up her cheek. Her ear looks a little gnawed on. Her whiskers are a little bit frazzled. And for the whole trip, she's puffed up like a little cat that has seen something very scary. She is bottle brushed, unhappy. Um, she's when she's not, trying to lie all as close to the ground as she can, like just spread out, holding onto the boat with her claws, um, to stop. Yeah, basically that. But she's not doing that. She's like she hasn't been walking upright on the boat since day one. She kind of does this commando crawl around.
Cat belly crawl?
Yeah, the belly crawl was like leaving little, trying not to leave any claw marks. But to distract herself, you might hear her muttering to herself a bit, and you see that her eyes are always darting around, looking for any little creatures that might be around. There's a little mouse that she found that's absolutely terrified of her, but she managed to armor crawl it into a corner. And she's actually been talking to it. And it seems to have soothed her for the moment. And the mouse, while looking a little perplexed, seems to be talking back and also looking soothed, and like this giant cat centaur is not about to eat its head off.
Okie dokie. All right. Yeah, scared four-legged cat on a ship going out into the ocean. This is going to be great. Which then brings us to Perd. Oh, did we? Oh, that's right. I was about to say, did we get your character's name? We think we did, didn't we?
Is it Valar?
Divar?
Dova?
Divar?
Diva.
Divar. Okay. Cool. All right. So, Perd.
So Cutie Gogo spends most of the journey just sitting in a corner with his two large curved shields around him like a barrel. You'd imagine sleeping, because there's very distinct snores coming from the weird shaped barrel in the corner. He's not a fan of ships either, so he's just doing what he can to alleviate that worry by sleeping.
What does he look like though? What?
So
Two large
Cutie
curved
Gogo-
shields, apparently.
yeah, Cutie Gogo is a small canine-looking creature with very fluffy body and lovely matted fur / hair. Two small pointy ears, and he's wearing kind of beat up looking male armor. Yeah, but these two large shields kind of form like a barrel shape around him.
All right.
And his name
So
is
for-
Cutie Gogo.
Cutie
Cutie
Gogo.
Gogo. Cutigogo.
So, for reference for those who know, Purdy is playing a Pugoi.
A Pugoi!
I'm playing a Pugoi.
Yep.
Oh my
which is-
god.
Halfling, gnome, but dog.
Also, he has a very distinct snore. Sounds a lot like Kurumimi. Kurumimi.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Oh, there's an incredibly obscure reference for anybody else who gets it.
If anybody gets it, they get a cookie.
Yeah. All right. So, the Ambition's call is obviously heading eastward. out towards the Drakan colonies. You have a variety of people aboard ship. Sargon clearly has been introduced as the trade master. He is a tall human male, is that indeterminate sort of late 20s to somewhere through to mid 30s age. Constantly wearing a sort of leather style get-up, almost like armor, but styled. He's in a position of authority, but not the captain. He's got his hair long, tied in a ponytail, and it's a darkish brown, but there's those faint little lines of silver through it, kind of adding to the fact where you're not really sure what age he is. The captain of the ship is a far western man from some of the countries far, far to the west. His name is Garatsu. It's a very dark, very, very dark complexion. Very baggy black pants that almost looks like he's wearing the bottom half of a dress. Open tunic, no sleeves or anything else, and he's constantly sort of just has one of his arms tucked into the tunic as he's sort of he's a very quiet man as he sort of walks around the deck, constantly checking on the crew. The only other people of note are another foul-blooded on the ship. He's a very young, excitable lad, goes by the name of Ku. Very small, has small minotaur horns coming out the side of his head. He's got feathers that run all the way down the side of his face, down his neck and across his shoulders, and the lower half of his face is a bird's beak. And whenever he speaks, you can kind of hear this chirping going on, but he's always talking as well. So there's never a moment of silence around Ku. Even if he is speaking incredibly meaningless things, he's always chatting. You have two Drakan actually on board themselves. One being a liaison to the islands themselves. A Drakan of sapphire of scale with white speckles across. His name is Dorthet, a merchant by trade. And his child, which is a almost fully white Drakan, with faint emerald mottling across his scales, known as Kit. Apart from that, you have the Wave Waker for the ship, a mage that is more of a shaman, I guess, who is attuned to the element of water. Her name is Masaka, and she clearly comes from the same country as the captain. Relatively quiet, dark of hair, dark of complexion, constantly sort of at the back of the ship, and seems every so often to just very silently be communing with the waves and sort of helping to guide and make their journey a little smoother. Conversely, at the front of the ship, somebody from, again, far west, a very, very large human male known as Shinto. Bald, not a lot of hair, faint tattoos all over his body. He's constantly sitting just by the figurehead of the Ambition's Call, which is a large minotaur that adorns the front of the ship. The horns curling out to the side and almost back and around. It's got its arms lifted up over its head where it's carrying a massive battle axe. The blade of the axe is actually sunk into the deck, and the haft of the axe points out and creates the bowsprit of the ship. And he is constantly sort of sitting in and around, either on the Minotaur head or nearby the axe, and he's almost always just focused forward. Outside of that, your helmsman is a very lean dwarf. Not the sort of lean you usually expect dwarves have got a little bit of thick, a little bit of chunk to them. This one doesn't seem to have a whole lot of muscle mass. He's pretty lean, so he almost kind of looks more like a bearded halfling. Has on a lot of cream and turquoise colorings. You can sort of see the ship's capstan has almost been brought down to a level where he can see it. But you're almost constantly, whenever you look over in that direction, the first thing that strikes you is the fact you can see the bob of his hair over the wheel, which is dyed blue and formed into like a cresting wave. And he introduces himself as Dobbs.
Dobbs.
This is your crew. And after this point of the story, they probably won't matter at all. But there you go.
Aww.
But your journey, let us get one of you, don't care who, just roll me a 6-sided dice. See if anything happens on your journey.
I will.
Okay.
Okay.
2.
2, it's pretty uneventful. So again,
I
unless
mean
you
four.
guys... Too late!
Fun.
That's funny.
So yeah, unless there's anything else you guys want to do while you are aboard ship, now would be the time to do that.
I would probably kind of work out more of my role. I'm guessing I am coming as a representative of the Farming Guild of the Summer Realms. That's just like one of the reasons that she's come on this journey. But she's just talking to Sagan about like, what should I expect when we get there? Are we supposed to be having meetings? Are we supposed to be just seeing the sights? Are we getting a tour? Like, what am I in for?
And most of his reply is almost as uncertain. Like, he has an air where he's pretty confident about himself, but a lot of the replies he gives you are more along the lines of, honestly, I was given this task the last time I came to the island. The elder there requested, and I figured, well, in good-naturedness, he said this would make relations with the island a little easier. It'd be in, my best interests, their best interests. I'm not entirely sure what to expect when we get there, but I think the rest of it, you should wait until we get there. It is a not only a sight to behold, but something to experience, and I don't want to ruin that for you.
Okay, I suppose I'm here for the story or something. God, what has my father done to me? Okay. Thank you.
Relax, we've made this trip many times. Everything will be fine.
Okay. And she'll go downstairs. Harold, is he okay? I can't believe I left my boy with you.
All right. Anybody else want to do anything on the journey?
Honestly, Zavada's just trying to talk to all the creatures, and by now she probably has like a little army of mice that like are stroking her fur and like trying to calm her down, and she's still just like eyes squished shut, just chatting with them.
So strangely enough, there aren't actually too many mice or rats aboard this ship.
Fair enough.
It's kept relatively clear. And given that it's a trade vessel, you maybe get the impression that may have something to do with what they normally transport. Having small vermin, shall we call them, that can get into the goods that they're transporting doesn't usually go over too well. But, there are always a few. And you probably get a couple of...
or anything that's around.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be plenty of those. Yeah, you probably get the odd little look from some of the crew members as you sort of cat belly crawling across the deck, finding your own little niche, and then talking to these creatures. Do you have some way of actually communicating with them?
I have speak with animals.
Okay, cool. And I'm assuming you just like ritual cast that every day? Yep. Cool. Sweet. Easy enough.
Ritual
Unless
cast,
there's
eh?
any specific conversation you want to have with the mice, yeah, we can move on.
The mice and the birds. Basically, she's hoping that you know how Gallipoli Island, or the Gallipoli Islands, I don't think it's Gallipoli either, but Madagascar Islands, the animals all seem to have different evolutions and stuff over there.
Yep, slightly different traits.
Yeah,
Yep.
from being cut off and stuff. She's hoping that this place is kind of the same, and she's really interested in the creatures and stuff. So she's asking for any heads up of what to look for when she's there, and if there do seem to be any notable changes from what the birds are seen in different places, and the trade bats would be going everywhere, so they'd see lots of different creatures and stuff.
So the mice obviously can't tell you too much about the island, but the birds, not too many of the birds that you'd be able to talk to further out would have visited the colonies. You might find the odd one that sort of, had that odd bit of afternoon tea and a bit of a cuppa with some of its other bird brethren. Had the local goss, talked about places they wish they could visit. And some of those have probably mentioned, large creatures, parts of the island moving, very strange things that have not been seen anywhere else. So very much you get the impression very, very quickly that these birds don't have a name for a lot of the things that they've seen. And this comes from both some that may have heard this secondhand from other avians or ones that have visited themselves. There's just... You get the term come across as lizard a lot. And you're also fully aware that the Drakan, I mean, there's 2 on board, do have a somewhat lizard-like appearance. So you're not sure whether they're talking about them, but there's multiple sizes that come in that as well.
And she would be covertly looking at the Draken and noting all of their characteristics, looking at how they move and stuff when she can pry her eyes open. Because mostly they are staying squished shut on this trip.
All right. Make me first of all maybe an investigation check.
3.
3.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, you don't. It's very, very difficult for you to pull your eyes from that. You're distracting yourself with these other smaller animals with which you are far more familiar. You do find occasionally that Ku, when he's not up in the crow's nest, likes to come barreling down the mast and kind of looks on with rabid interest at the small group of animals scattered around you, and quite often is interrupting your conversation by asking what they're saying. Hey, can you talk to them? Hey, can I talk to them? Can you teach me to talk to them? And, so on and so forth. So, unfortunately, the few times you do see Dorthet, the Sapphire Drakan, above deck, you don't really pick up a whole lot. You do note that you almost never see the White Drakan above. They come up maybe once or twice a day, and the rest of the time they spend below deck. Also make me an insight check now.
18.
18. All right, so the only other thing you note is that part of Dorthet is he appears to be a very quiet individual. He doesn't interact a huge amount with the crew, which, it's a crew that apparently he sails with fairly often. He keeps largely to himself. He comes up for the sort of fresh air with his child occasionally, and then, stays up there for a little bit to converse with Sargon or other members of the crew, and sort of keeps to himself otherwise. Very, very quiet and almost reclusive sort of an individual. But that's about it, really.
Cool.
All right. Anybody else want to do anything in your trip?
Cutie Gogo is he's managed to scrape some dirt off the deck, just enough to make himself a little garden.
Okay.
In his barrel.
Okay.
And he's just using Druidcraft
No,
to grow
that
a
way.
little flower.
To grow a little...
No.
Just a little flower.
Okay, right. Okay. What sort of flower? Just anything?
It would be a blood rose. Why not?
Okay, interesting.
Ooh.
All right, so it does take a little bit of time. I mean, I know Druidcraft, magic and stuff, but you are out on the ocean. It's a lot of the attempts to try and grow something here get resisted. So
Oh yeah.
it's not overly difficult. It just maybe takes you a little bit longer than the normal.
I am aware I am using salted earth to try and grow a
But
flower.
it's basically, yeah. That and the constant wind, and you do have birds constantly trying to come down and investigate this fresh bit of foliage out in the middle of nowhere.
I am doing it in my barrel though.
And you're
I am doing it in my barrel.
all right, fair enough. The wind will still get through. The birds may not, but the wind will.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
This barrel has no top.
no.
I mean,
Um,
except me.
So I will say there, because you've sort of got it in the little barrel, there's not really anybody that takes much note of this. Except for maybe the odd times you get up to either have some food or relieve yourself. There's probably not many opportunities people note to see the little rows you are making. I will say that if anybody did, though, it would be Sargon and Masaka. Masaka does seem to have this interest in what you're doing with the natural world, and Sargon is always curious in people's traits and what they are capable of. But you seem to be quite happy sticking to yourself. Masaka's not a particularly chatty person, but you might get Sargon come on over at one point and just sort of inquire about, hey, how's it going? What's you up to there?
And after he finally manages to actually get it to grow, he's just sitting there with his little trowel, with his little leather gloves on, just like pretending to tend to it like it's going to matter for a magical flower.
Yeah.
But he's feeling very out of place this far away from fertile soil, so...
Fair enough, yeah. So yeah, Sargon would try and engage with you a little bit, but I mean, if Cutie Gogo would be focused on that, he's well aware that, hey, some people are a little less excited about being out on the ocean. He'll leave you to it. Was that all, Cutie Gogo?
Yes, that was all.
Is it Ghislaine?
Yeah, Ghislaine.
Ghislaine, cool. I did pronounce it great. Yay. Anything you're up to, buddy?
Oh, just getting to know the ship and helping run it. He's loving this, being in the open air.
All right. The crew of the Ambition's Call are pretty good, pretty efficient. They've made this run many, many times. They are one of the few trading vessels that's allowed to trade with the colonies. But they're also well aware that, hey, if somebody comes in and actually knows what they're doing, they're more than happy to have you join in. It's something where it is a decent sort of a journey. Takes your mind off things. They can take their ease a little bit. Not that many of them do. They seem to be a fairly, onto it crew. They don't tend to slack off, but they're also willing to sort of work you into whatever it is they do. So do you have any sort of ship proficiencies for working aboard a ship?
Nope, that's what he's learning.
Okay, gotcha. All right, interesting. Okay, what sort of thing would Ghislaine focus on in the ship? Like, whereabouts would you... The sails. All right, cool.
Because he has magic to help with the wind, so he is aiding in that way, as well as learning like the rope work and everything.
I love that. Okay, cool. So, yeah, it is 4 days, and if you choose to spend your time doing that, you will kind of, obviously it takes a little bit to get used to it. It does appear as though the work isn't, by any means, difficult to understand. It's more about it's going through the motions, it's understanding the shifts and the changes that you have to adapt to really quickly, and being able to rise to that immediately. So no matter how relaxed the crew may appear at times, they have to be aware that at any moment something could go wrong and they need to be able to jump into action. So it's noting more often the quick reaction times that they have and how they respond to these shifts. And because it's been a relatively cruisy sort of a journey, there hasn't been too many opportunities for that. But you also do note that, they are more than happy to sort of talk to you about these things. You sort of pick up the rudiments of a journey. But you'd probably also find it might take a little bit longer on a ship to really get to grips with how all of this would work and working in with a very specific crew. But yeah. Anything else?
No, that's about it.
Okay. So, with your relatively uneventful 4 days of travel, dawn crests on what would be the 4th day. And many of you, whether you are below decks or on deck, hear the sort of shrill chirruping cry from Ku. Not land ahoy, but Corona ahead. And should you choose to come up to the deck and take a look, what you see off in the distance is no land. You don't see any sight of the islands. what you see up in the air, up in the sky, is this almost like this aurora, but it's a circle. It's almost like this undulating halo of iridescent light, sparkling through all sorts of different rainbow colors that shifts and waves up and down, but stays in that one place. And it just maintains its location, just constantly shifting through the different colors. And you do see that many of the crew have sort of, it's the start of the day. Obviously, there's a bit of a shift change. They do need to maintain overnight. But many of the crew themselves are also just kind of taking a wee moment to look and appreciate what Ku termed the corona. But other than that, you still cannot see any island. Anything else you'd like to do? Just move on if you'd like.
Cutie Go-Go just pops open a flap in his shield so he can check out the corona, but then closes it again.
Okay, cool. Beep, boop.
Think like a riot shield, but instead
It's like
of
the little latches.
it's an actual like.
I
Yeah.
just imagined the innkeeper door that you slide, you know, the little
Yeah,
eye,
it's the latch.
look,
Yeah.
and then moves.
That's- The same sort of thing I did for that shield dude that I did, Rolt, with the little latches
Yeah.
and bolts and things on his shield. Yeah, I love it. I love it. All right, so it takes another couple of hours before you start to see the first sign of land. And what looks to be, because of the way, sea travel works, looking like it's rising up out of the ocean, you see what looks like a peak of some sort. But what you're not looking at, it's not a mountain, but out on the sea, it would be termed as a mountainous island. However, the peak appears to have been either blown off, ripped away, scooped out. What you have is kind of this three-pronged peak that you can see has almost like this basin or cradle at its top instead of the actual peak of the mountain. You can see it's green all the way up. No sign of snow or barren land. It's all verdant, all foliage the whole way up. As the Ambition's call gets a little closer, you begin to see the rest of the island sort of rising up out of the ocean. And you can see that this greenery spreads all the way down from this mountain across its length and breadth. You can see sparkles in the air, and you sort of get this impression that whatever is causing the aurora or the corona above the island is coming from and around the island itself. There's almost like this shimmering, or kind of like this shimmering screen of light as you get to a certain point that seems to rise up near it. Almost looking like it forms a wall, but it's like you only get to see it at small times. Like it sort of shimmers and disappears as the closer you get. And it is probably getting close to midday by the time the island of Tanaroa finally comes in total view. And what you see is extended out, you see this obviously it's a reef of some kind, but it's almost clear. You can sort of see that the sunlight has come down and has hit this almost crystalline reef. And it is actually explained to you by Sargon that this is the glimmer reef, and this is what causes the aurora in the air. The sun comes down, hits the ocean and the crystal, and it refracts the light back up into the atmosphere. And it creates this aurora around the island, which then explains kind of that shimmering wall of light that you sort of saw around the island. It's less obtrusive the closer you get, but it's very clearly still there. You sort of see the placid lagoon beyond the reef, where it hits sort of the white sands of this island. And not far beyond those white sands, almost bordering the beach itself, you do see the green and the foliage almost begin immediately as it stretches its way out and up to the top of this mountain. As you do approach, as the Ambition's Call does approach and it begins to slow, you can see what looks like a number of individuals standing. At first, it looks like they're standing on this reef, just waiting. You sort of see these giant winged creatures that seem to be flying in and around and over the lagoon, and you can sort of see them in the distance against the peak. But this row of individuals standing on the reef sort of grabs your attention initially. As the ambitions call kind of slows, you begin to see they're not standing on the reef. In fact, they appear to be standing on the water this side of the reef, closer to the ambitions call. And then they begin to move towards the ship. And it takes just a few minutes as they approach to realize that they're effectively surfing on the top of the water on what appears to be the backs of massive turtles. These turtles are approaching the ambition's call, and these, now you see them closer, these Drakans are surfing on the back of these turtles. You see that there are a group of these large winged creatures that also seem to have taken off from the beach and are flying over the lagoon towards the ship. Several of the turtles come up alongside the ambition's call, and you see Dorthet, who's come up, begins to call out in his own language to some of them. And they respond, ropes being thrown up, lashed around the Minotaur figurehead, and as these other winged creatures approach, several of these turtles, these massive turtles, actually begin to tow the ambition's call closer to the reef. And you begin to watch as you can sort of see that there is, just below the surface of the water, this coral outside. They are guiding you in closer to the reef through the treacherous approach to the island. One of these massive winged creatures actually approaches very close to the ship and then alights on the top of the mast, the main mast.
I did.
And you see that it is no feathers, no fur. It is a large, almost leathery and scaly creature, small in body, but massive leathery membrane wings. It's got these huge twin claws that grip onto the top of the mast, and this long, almost cone-like head that comes down into this massive serrated cartilage-like beak. And the rider on the back, looking down, just immediately calls out again in his own language, what you ascertain to be some form of greeting. He unhitches himself from a saddle and then immediately just drops from the top of the mast down towards the deck, before a set of wings drop out and catch his descent just before he lands. He stands and you see this Drakan there, very tall, very muscular, no weapons on him, not wearing a lot, pretty bare from the waist up, but he's mostly of a black coloration. His scales have that dark, almost obsidian sheen, but you do see that here and there, scattered amongst them, are these silver scales as well. And he immediately begins to approach towards Sargon. And Sargon sort of hails him and is like, Koenig, here for greeting us again? It's like, yes, and he sort of looks across all of these new faces, and it's like, these are the people Fezzik asked you to gather?
Fezzik.
Welcome to Tanara. I am Koenig, I am head hunter and warrior. And, if Fezzik asks, I didn't greet you. He wants to be the first one to do that, but I'm a cheeky sort, so I had to come say hi and see what it was we were dealing with. I sort of, looking around, sort of taking stock of any of you, if you choose to engage with that.
I'd be looking at the giant turtles and the flying creatures. And
Okay.
Working out what they are and taking notes.
You can make a nature check if you'd like.
I would have had a small pad of paper out and like a little pen, like a fountain pen that I was trying to draw kind of like the scene coming into so that I could fill it in with watercolors later. So this is her way of telling stories. And she quickly like puts it away and puts the pen into her hair and comes, "Hi, I'm Abigail. It's awfully nice to meet you. Thank you so much for having us."
Abigail, as I say, welcome to Tanaroi. You and your people are most welcome. We hope you enjoy your stay and have fun.
Nat one.
Is there
That
a
one?
limitation on imagery we can take of the island? I mean, I didn't even think to ask.
Well, depending on how things go, I believe the elder has perhaps some things that you might be able to take away with you as souvenirs.
Oh, fantastic.
But and he sort of immediately looks over towards the island, which is all you can see is silhouettes. So clearly, he's looking to see if he's being watched. It's kind of like I said, I wasn't the first one to make contact with you. That's up to the elder.
Copy that.
Yeah, he'll explain all of that when you get to the island. I just, and he sort of then looks aside and it's like, with permission, Trade Master, we'll offload your cargo. We are waiting on the other ship to arrive. I thought they would be here about the same time, but apparently not. But we'd like to have you all come to the island so we can greet you all as one large group. So I understand that. It's like, all right, I guess the only other question, and he sort of looks at the four of you, it's like, how do you want to get to the island? Do you want to fly or do you want to surf?
I
Me?
want to fly.
You want to fly?
I want to fly.
Are you asking us how we want to
Oh.
do this?
I suppose in the manner of speaking, I am asking in which way you would possibly like to be doing this.
I would like to surf.
Just because I have water-based paints, I think I would rather go by air if that's all right with you in case they get wet.
All right. And sort of looks over at the it's a rather interesting group of individuals that he's never seen these races before. And you sort of note that as his eyes kind of drift across, he's really trying to take stock of he obviously understands what a human is. It doesn't take him too long to figure out the fell-blooded, but the Pugoi and the Felinor are kind of new to him. But he's seen odd people aboard trade ships before. It's like, all right, and you?
I don't think there would be something that could fly me.
Oh, I think you might be surprised. Have you seen the claws on Ajlan? And you do sort of look up and see that this large, leathery creature has disproportionately large and muscled legs to the rest of his body.
Fascinating. Take me up.
All right, so we got, what, 3 flying and 1 surfing?
Aye.
All right.
I'll fly then, just to make it easier.
Oh my, you are all going to have any of you been airborne before?
Once.
Yes.
Once? Twice? Oh, good. 2 of you. All right. Well, the other 2 of you should be having fun then. Once again, welcome to Tanaroa. I'm going to call the others over. We'll have you, in place very shortly. Once the Eternal Wind gets here, we'll greet you on the beach. Enjoy your flight. And he immediately sort of turns around, spans his wings out, and just kind of does this standing leap that takes him about a third of the way up the mast before his claws sinks in. He just scrambles up, remounts the creature he called Ajlan, fixes himself in the saddle, and you hear that sort of croaking screech from this creature as it immediately spreads its wings and takes off from the mast and heads on over. Many of these other Ajlan now appear, and you sort of see the crew have opened up hatches, and they're winching up a platform, and you can sort of see these crates of cargo that the Ambition's Call has been carrying here as well. What's up, Elaine? Everything all right?
Oh, no, it was Nugget. It's fine.
Oh, okay. And these Ajlan, they have these nets around these groups of cargo, and you sort of see these Ajlan with these massive claws come down, pick up the nets, and begin carting this cargo piece by piece back over to the island.
Does it seem like the captain and the crew are going to come on shore too, or they going to stay with the
you
boat?
can't tell right now because they're busy sort of docking the ship and offloading cargo. You're more than welcome to inquire.
Captain Garatsu, thank you so much again for the journey. It was, I feel like we had fair weather for it. It was pretty good.
Yes.
So, are you coming on shore too, or is this your? Great. Swell. Okay. Well, I pull out my book and I flick through a couple pages. I want to finish this picture of you and your crew before we depart ways from each other. So it would be really nice if you sat for me for a little bit while we're on the island, just so I can make sure I get all your angles correct. Show it to him? No?
You'd show it to him, but he doesn't make a whole lot of reply and to sort of furrow his face a little bit like, sort of get the impression it's not really.
Okay, well, I'll do my best bet then. You know, it's fine.
And Garatsu, just with his hand sort of stuck into his vest, turns and just immediately sort of starts pointing to some of the crew to do the job that they're doing. You have noted, as you have traveled, that he seems to be a very quiet individual. And for somebody who is a captain of a ship, it's rather interesting that he doesn't tend to make a whole lot of noise.
Yeah, but Abigail's a Passamaquoddy, so, you know, social cues.
Yeah, no, it's
I lived on a farm.
That's right. There are plenty of other social people on board this ship who definitely make up for people like Garatsu, Shinto, and Masaka not saying a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very mixed crew.
Like Dobbs, for example.
Yeah, Dobbs and Koo definitely make a lot of noise.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it is. It probably takes another hour or so before another ship, Koo calls out, and another ship is seen. Starting to come along. They go to a slightly further along, just outside the Glimmer Reef, and there is kind of this sort of couple of the crew sort of lean on the railing as the cargo's been offloaded now, and sort of watch as these turtles sort of draw this other ship into its own berth. And as it sort of arrives, you do see this other wave of these Zhlan sort of lift up from the trees near the beach and begin flying out towards the two ships. Many of these turtles and the surfers aboard are now done, so they actually sort of leave the vicinity. Some of them, you know, it might be their first time seeing the ships, so they, you know, do sort of hover about and you know, try engaging a little bit with some of the crew, but it's all right, Perd. But these Zhlan all arrive, and there are one for each of you. Each one is flown by a Drakan. They're not going to allow you to fly them by yourselves. And these ropes are immediately sort of thrown off the side as the Zhlan sort of hesitate to land on the deck of the ship itself. So some of them actually double claw onto the mast and hold themselves there as these ropes are sort of descended down, as you would be then urged to climb and saddle up one by one. Which, you know, for the sake of it, this is what you do. But as you one by one sort of mount these large leathery birds...
Do we have to roll to mount them?
No, not yet. The roll's going to happen shortly.
Okay.
You are assisted into the saddle by the Drakan rider. And, you know, they hover and they sort of, you know, flapping, they're waiting and they're sort of circling around the Ambition's call until all four of you are mounted up. And you do note that a couple of the crew, Sagan, Garatsu, Masaka, and Shinto, have all actually rappelled down the side of the ship and are choosing to make their way to the island via turtle as opposed to via flight. And as the Zhlan head towards the island, you do see a small group of them do the same from the other ship. And I'm going to get each one of you to make either an athletics or an acrobatics check, your choice.
Oh, God.
Because you are not flying, so it's not an animal handling.
Well, I balanced my nat 1 nature roll on the creatures with a nat 20 on my athletics, so 26.
Okay. 26? Woo! Okay.
Wow.
Let's go. What else have we got?
Also a nat 20 on athletics for a 24.
Jesus. All right.
I got an 18.
18? Nice.
18.
Nice. And Abigail.
Just let me check something.
Give us that one. Give us that one, girl.
Waiting for it.
No, it's not in that one. It's just, it's gonna be a 4.
4. All right.
Reasonably bad.
Everybody else well and truly rolled high enough. Because this is your first time on these mounts, the DC was 15. For those of you who had flown before, I'd lowered it slightly. Unfortunately, Abigail, sort of, in your enthusiasm, you're aboard this thing. You sort of got the full sight of the lagoon and the Glimmer Reef.
Yeah, I've done this
you've got
before.
You've got all that forest that's sort of climbing up the side of that Triple Crown peak. And as the Jlan sort of immediately wheels and does this abrupt shift, you realize that whilst these things do have a minimal saddle, you are unfortunately not really buckled in or tied to anything.
No, I'm not.
And there is an immediate moment of vertigo as you suddenly start sliding off the side of the Jlan. Your Drakan rider,
Misfits!
does not immediately notice.
Holy guacamole.
Thankfully, because you're taking off from where the masters are around that height, it's not a long fall.
Good.
And thankfully, you avoid landing on the deck of the ship.
God. Okay.
And instead plunge into the waters of remorse.
Oh no! Good. This is
so.
exactly what we needed. There's nothing I can do for this raid. Nope.
I mean, you're not going to take any damage. It wasn't an incredibly far fall. You said you'd flown before?
Yeah, well, I have, because my dad used to, like, he used to become a...
So
and then
you've probably also fallen before.
Yeah, no, definitely. I fallen off horses too, and all kinds of creatures. So
as I say, thankfully
difficult.
it's not a hugely difficult fall, or not a hugely far fall. It's more just that shock of that sudden free fall, and then that slap into the water.
I definitely don't.
Which is very warm. So it's more kind of, it just sort of slows down, and there is this moment as you're sort of floundering and sputtering, back to the surface. Before this massive claw reaches down into the water and actually scoops you up.
Oh.
You will be carried to the island in a claw as opposed to sitting astride its back.
I pat the claw. Thank you. That was really refreshing.
You do kind of hear this sort of clicking, chittering noise from the Drakan rider that you're not entirely sure, but may translate to being a laugh.
Yep. No.
And you could sort of see that down below, Sargon himself is having a bit of a full-throated chuckle at your descent as well.
Oh, what a great way to start.
But the rest of you have a fairly smooth ride aboard these sort of leathery bird/bat-like creatures as they fly across the Glimmer Reef and across the lagoon and begin to descend. And there's almost like this sort of panic moment where, as they're descending, they're heading straight for the water. And then there's this sudden woof, as they whip their wings out, immediately sort of delay their descent, and then draw their wings back in, and almost kind of go into this glide just across the water's surface, with their wings tucked in and their legs behind them, almost kind of like this arrow that's just jetting through across the surface of the water. And they approach the shore, where you see that there is this line of Drakans standing on the sandy shore, and a smaller line behind them, closer to the tree line. Speaking of the trees themselves have like this ridged trunk, and the leaves themselves, it has various leaves just hanging individually from the trunk, but the top of the tree has like this fern-like canopy that actually comes down almost like an umbrella. and covers quite like this fairly large sort of an area, creating almost like this natural shade underneath. You can also see that interspersed here and there, this natural canopy that these trees make have actually been adjusted and made into certain huts, where you see large bones have been put in as the supports for walls, and these canopies have become the roof.
Living
But
hut. That's cool.
you, Abigail, also are kind of spluttering because it's almost like the Drakan rider is taking quite a bit of amusement in your predicament. And as the Jlan has turned into this little surface water arrow, you find yourself being dragged across the water's surface. It's surprisingly not. It's surprisingly not actually as painful as you might think. Whilst they are kind of having a bit of fun at your predicament, they're not deliberately making it, difficult or painful for you. It is actually shielding you mostly with its body.
Very good.
Oh,
Daddy was right about bringing waterproof bags.
So, as the Jlan sort of come drifting to a halt near the shore, the Drakan riders all kind of motion for you to disembark the now waterborne Jlan. And it wouldn't be too long before you see these sort of turtles that have actually crawled over the crystalline glimmer reef that, they've actually... You see the crew of the Ambition's Call just surfing on the back, then kind of join you and step off onto the sands. There is, again, this chuckle as the Jlan then sort of walk out of the water on their two legs, shake themselves off, and instead of flying, they all just kind of wander off, almost kind of like these crows that are walking as opposed to hopping along. And once you are all sort of assembled, you sort of see the next group coming from the other ship have also sort of arrived either by Jlan or by Turtle, which I will say, just mainly because the check was failed, they are actually small dragon turtles. That is what they are. Yeah.
This baby dragon turtle.
And as you all assemble, there is this sort of brief moment of quiet. You sort of hear the chirping of the birds, and you sort of hear the sort of like shifting of the waves. You can hear the raucous cawing of the Jlan, rustling in the distance, but there's no vocalization from anyone until suddenly that sound of the waves starts building. But the water behind you hasn't changed. But the sound of the waves slapping the shore starts getting louder, and it starts getting louder, and it starts building to this crescendo. And as it starts getting louder, you watch as one, this line of Drakan on the beach immediately go into motion. And it's kind of this half... I'm going to describe it almost like capoeira. They almost start going into this capoeira-style dance on the sand of the beach. And they start slapping the sand, forehand, backhand. They're scraping their claws. Yeah, some of them even slapping down with their tail, and the sand's flying up into the air as they're all in sync. Having this almost sort of dance in front of you. And it's then that the sound of the crashing waves, you can hear that it's keeping in time with the rhythm that these Drakan are doing. And it's the back row of the Drakan step forward, and you can sort of see they've all got their mouths open, and you can see their necks flexing. They're actually vocalizing the sound of water crashing. And the sand that's being kicked up, oddly, it doesn't immediately fall back down to the beach. It kind of floats and slowly starts to fall again. And as they're moving through the sand, they're kind of leaving almost this after image as the Drakans all in time are giving you this sort of dance. Then this vocalization that crashes like a wave hitting a cliff. All of that sand comes together and it starts building, and you see these 3 or 4 massive sand versions of these Drakan start assembling behind these dancers, and they're also mimicking the dance itself. And then, without the sound of the waves, drums start beating. And it's almost like a continuation of the waves, but it's with drums. And now you've got these massive sand versions of these Drakan keeping in time with these ones on the beach. And eventually, after about 3 or 4 minutes of this, it ends with the Drakans one palm down on the sand, and they tap their forehead tap their forehead, tap their temple, tap their chin, and they bring their other hand out in sort of this open hand gesture of welcome while looking at you all, and the music sound falls silent, and the sand Drakan drift back down into the white sands of the beach. There's sort of this moment of silence that greets you, apart from the sort of the waves in the background, the chirping. And then a couple of the crew members start, instigating a bit of a clap and
Cutie Go-Go just claps furiously. Like, here's a priest.
Yeah, several of the other passengers from the other ship, sort of standing way down the beach, are also kind of like, oh, that was a thing. But
I whispered it too far. I'm like, we didn't have to prepare something, did we?
Well, I wasn't told you had to, so I guess we're going to find out. And he sort of looks as these Drakan then sort of come up, and they begin sort of retreating back into the trees, leaving 3 individuals who had been standing off to the side. And they begin to approach. One is the Drakan that met you on the ship, Konig, with the black and the gold patterned patchwork scales. He has his arm out, and you see this almost pale, washed out. Sorry, it's black and silver. You see this pale and washed out emerald and gold mottled Drakan, who has this long, almost like this massive thigh bone that he's using as a cane while he's holding on to the arm of the warrior Konig. And to the other side is this female Drakan who has her copper scales that are almost polished into this burnished sort of almost fiery sort of a color, and you sort of see where her scales all, as they hit the edge, they all kind of turn into this dark crimson as well. And she's sort of almost nodding at the dancers and the singers as they move away, and like she's sort of appraising them and congratulating them. But as these 3 Drakan approach, eventually the washed out one sort of lowers his arm from Konig's and takes a couple of shuffling steps forward, aided by his bone staff, and just sort of looks up and down, and you see his mouth curl up in a smile. It's like, allow me to be the first one to invite you to Tanara. I hope you enjoyed the show. We had them practice for a good couple of moons on that one. I am Elder Fezzik, Speaker of Tanara. On behalf of my people, welcome. It looks out across you all, and you see Sargon just kind of give a bit of a nod, and captain of the other ship is also there, kind of give a bit of a nod and an acknowledgement. And you see some of these Drakan return with these plates that have these sliced bits of fruit on them and a paste on the side. And it's like, so before we sit down and get to know each other, it's obviously been a bit of a journey to get here. So I'd like you all to refresh yourselves, partake of some of our island treasures. We have shade under the trees in case it's a little bit too hot for you. Please. And he immediately sort of starts shuffling off towards one of the trees himself. You may choose to join if you wish. Up to you. Or you can stay on the sands.
Thank you.
Cutie Go-Go is immediately rushing to the trees like, nature!
And it is kind of interesting. They've set up these seats and tables underneath these canopied trees. And it's quite it's not quite cool, but it's definitely much cooler than what it is out in the sand of the beach. And as these sort of plates are sort of put in front of you, you do see this selection of various different bits and pieces. The other thing that sort of gets you is that at each one of these sort of canopied shades, there is kind of like this wooden mannequin that's standing there. And on each one of these wooden mannequins appears to be this suit of mail, scale mail, in fact. And all of the scales on it appear to be made out of ruby. and there's one at each of these sort of canopied areas. But this elder, Fezzik, indicates for you all to sort of take seats, and he sort of moves along from each one, and Sargon and sort of indicates for you guys to sort of sit down there, and he takes the one next to you guys. And you sort of see there's another group of 4 passengers from the ship known as the Eternal Wind, and 4 of their crew members. Seems as though they've been given very specific instructions as to the number of people.
I would like to closer investigate these ruby armors, or at least the one nearest to me.
You're going to go over and take a look at it?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you going to investigate it?
Just looking at it, the craftsmanship, how it's been put together, if it's proper ruby. Like, I'm not touching it or anything, just observing as much as I
That's
can
good to know.
without touching
All
it.
right. Make an investigation check.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I have expertise for that because it's a crafted thing.
That's the one you took?
Yes.
Hi, Skippy.
Hey, Skippy.
Investigation. 22.
So this is a relatively well-crafted, but also, to your expert eye, relatively newly crafted piece of not functional armor. It is very much...
Really decorative.
It is, ceremonial or decorative in some way. The rubies, however, do seem to be authentic. This
Wow.
entire suit of scale mail seems to be made out of these ruby scales.
Wow.
Like they're not full rubies, but it's almost like they've been shaped and formed into this kind of So you see that here, and then there's 3 others. You've got these 4 suits of this ruby scale mail, and it is quite surprising, given your knowledge of crafting and things, to actually see that this thing's made out of authentic rubies. Like it's almost kind of mind-blowing that a small tropical island could have the resources and that many rubies to be able to shape something like this.
Look, even Cutie Gogo couldn't make that, so he's impressed. And Cutie Gogo is a genius.
Damned.
So, those of you partaking of the fruit and paste, anyone?
Oh yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
talking to my server
that's it.
and being like, "How do you
Alright.
grow these? What are they? What kind of soil are you using?"
Well, we use the soil that we have at hand.
Cutie Gogo hears soil and his
interesting.
ears perk up. He's immediately focused.
But the fruit and paste, it's very refreshing. Like there's a slight tang to the paste itself that actually really complements the sweetness of most of the fruits. But much like the fact that you're in the shade of these canopied trees, it's very refreshing. Like it's almost energizing, this fruit, as it sort of, you eat it and it goes down. It's kind of, ooh, that's quite nice actually. You know, some of you might not like it, but it still has that effect of sort of almost kind of energizing you after a bit of time out in the heat. And there's about sort of 15 to 20 minutes of you see this trio of Drakans, wandering back and forth amongst these 4 groups that have formed. Before it sort of he sort of motions for you all, and you sort of see this longer table has been set slightly further back into the trees where there's enough room for everybody. And so he sort of beckons everybody over rather than having to go and talk to all the groups individually. And he sort of eases himself down into one of the seats on the other side of the table and looks back and forth. You're all sort of provided with some water or some juice. So, once again, welcome to the colonies. Welcome to Tanaroa. I'm so glad that our trade masters could bring you together in the notice that they could, so that we could share some of our culture. I suppose I'm going to say that word again, probably a few times, with all of you. And in turn, I hope that we get to learn a little bit more about all of you. Wanted to sort of say we're interested in showing you our way of life here on the islands, how it may differ from your own. And as was rightly pointed out by Konig here, it might have been a little bit boring to just sort of, show you around the island and point out the sights. It doesn't really, feel like it would have been much of an event. Some people might have liked that, but I happen to agree with him. They should spice it up a little bit. So, because we've had a slightly late arrival, no offense, Senya, I understand. Looking down at the captain of the other ship. So, as these things happen, rather than many other pleasantries or welcomes, I figure, why don't we just get it all started? Say hello in the best way we know how, by showing you a slice of our life. That's going to be done by, introducing you to the things that we do here on the island, introducing you to what goes on in our lives. But again, that's only daily for us. It's new for you. So let's make it a little bit of a challenge. Let's put a little bit of some oomph into it. So what we're going to do is, you might have noticed, we've sort of had you split into 4 groups. Ship's crews and ship's passengers, 4 apiece. So let's make a little game of it, shall we?
Can I?
Who's up for a game?
I want to do an insight check to be
Alright.
are these people fucking with us? Are we in
Like
danger? Oh,
I'm in danger. Make an insight check. Go for it.
it's a 15.
15. Honestly, this guy just seems excited that you're here.
Okay.
Yeah. You're not sure whether
Okay.
he's actually like fucking with you, whether he's being genuine, or whether he's actually just
Abigail's definitely like paying
probably
attention.
bordering on senile.
Yeah. She's paying attention and she's listening to it, but she's also looking down the line of faces, being like, "Is this normal? Like, are we? It's it. I don't understand. What's happening?"
Are you saying any of that out loud?
It's sort of. Yeah, she's probably saying it out loud. She's not socially adept.
At which point, Misako, who's probably one of the closest crew members, sort of leans over in your direction. It's like, this may not be entirely normal for them, but it's pretty normal for him. And she points at Fezzik. And it's like, he's a little bit eccentric, but go with it. And sort of, there's kind of this half-hearted from most people about this kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, let's do a thing. But as long as he gets enough approval, he's like, excellent. All right. Well, let's kick it off, shall we? Oh, so exciting, so exciting. Oh, just in case you thought it was for nothing as well, it's a more perceptive of you might have noticed a small little thing sitting out by where you took your fruit and paste. The ruby scale armor? Yes. Well, that is based off of one of our most historical items, one of our most historical treasures. So this challenge that we're going to give all of you, basically treat it like a competition between the 4 groups. So whoever at the end of our time together has, I don't know, let's say performed the best, you can all walk away with a replica of one of our most historical treasures, gifted to us at the end of the Scourge War. Oh, yes. Questions! Questions, yay! What is it, miss?
I just noticed the walking stick. Are you meaning H? We're H getting one.
Each person that is in the winning group, yes.
Right.
Although I have to admit to the crews of the ships, that does not apply to you. If one of those crews wins, they will get preferred trade relations instead.
Oh.
But as far as the passengers go, the ruby scale imitations are for you. Memoir of our time, here together. Who's excited? I'm excited. Are you excited?
I
The
don't know how
grumpiest
to feel.
face, right? The grumpiest face, but her little
Grumpy
voice
cat.
comes out going, "This is the most excited I have ever been." But like her face just stays like
Yeah.
the stoic grump.
And so now Fezzik has the reaction that most of you have probably had about whether he's being serious or not. He's having this moment of, is she mean it? I'm not sure. But he once again sort of shuffles to his feet. It's like, as I say, maybe we should just get started and see how it plays out. Who's with me? Tough, I'm walking that way. Keep up if you can. And he starts this very slow shuffle around the end of the table, heading back towards the beach.
I'm gonna follow.
Okay.
I'll stand up and I'll run next to Ghislaine. So wait, hold on. What is everyone's abilities? What can you do? How do we work as a team? What are we
I
doing?
have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. Let's just go and do this.
Oh, okay. But like I wouldn't mind trying to win. That's all I'm saying.
You sort of see this Drakan has sort of made his way out onto the beach, and it's almost like nobody's really sure if they want to try and beat this guy to the beach or not. They're all sort of holding back, and he's kind of like, "No, I'm not as old as I thought I was."
It's like one of those escort quests where like they're faster than you walk, but they're slower than you can run.
yeah,
and you're like stuck in this
It's
hovering
so
thing.
frustrating. You're like, do I go ahead of them? Do I stay back? Do I go ahead of them? Do I stay back? Yeah.
And then they stop walking, and you're like, ah!
But he makes his way out to the beach. He goes, "All right, so let us get going. Like I say, we have our 4 groups already assembled. Rules of the challenge. You, for each challenge, have 3 questions you may ask. That is all you get. And your first challenge," and he waves his bone staff out across the lagoon, "lies out there."
Devar's ears just press against his skull. Across the water.
No, it's in the water. That's one question.
I shouldn't ask any questions. I
It
asked
was
too
a
many.
statement.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll give you this one for free. But your goal, because I suppose I should probably elaborate. And he reaches down into the small pouch that he's got, and he pulls out a pearl that is almost the size of his palm. And you sort of see it shimmering with, again, this sort of pinkish kind of a shimmer. Out there in the lagoon, we have planted 4 of these. Well planted, there's 4 of them out there. Your task is, as a group, get out there, find the pearl, and retrieve it. First one back wins this round. Also, some explanation on why this is a part of our normal everyday thing. Those of you who would have come across on the turtles would have noticed that underwater, and he sort of points out, and now that you're sort of standing on the beach looking back into the water, you can sort of see there's structures in there. He goes, "Well, note that we have almost like an underwater village. It's made out of like a moss. It's one of our primary trade items. One of the things that Sargon and Xenia are most interested in. But we have our young culture and nurture it, and any of the trimmings and leavings we send to the mainland in trade. But hidden out there is your goal. Any questions? No? Alright,
No,
I'll do
wait,
it.
hold on.
Can we
We need like a 5-minute or like a 2-minute like team discussion.
Take as much time as you need.
Can we
Just
use the
noted.
turtles?
No.
I feel like you just made that decision, but all right.
Here's how this is
everyone
going
huddle.
to work.
No.
Okay?
Huddle.
We huddle up to figure
Yeah.
out our next question.
Yeah, here's how this is going to work. Each one of the four of you, or you can do it as a group, will decide how your character,
Oh God.
using whatever special skills, spells, talents, abilities, background stuff you may have, you will tell me how
Okay.
your character would go about finding or locating this pearl. You can make it incredibly brief, incredibly short. You can say, I jump in the water and start searching. Or you can go into using your powers or doing something special or dredge something up from your past. But I want each of you to take a turn and tell me how you go about attempting to find this pearl.
Guys, I have 0 powers. I hit things. That is all.
Make it as crazy or as silly as you want. I don't care. This is your turn to tell a stupid story to me if you want.
I want to ask,
Yep.
who's good at finding things? Which of you reckons you're the best at finding things?
If I had the spell prepared, I would be bloody awesome.
I mean, I can. I mean, I could speak with the animals in the water and ask them where they put it, right?
Yeah, that's totally a thing. But
That's the thing we could do. I could also let my snake go into the water, and he can also be another set of eyes for us.
I can make someone better at finding things.
I mean, I'm
Okay.
relatively good already.
Good at what? That's not a. What do you mean?
at
Use
finding
your
things.
words.
Like,
At
this is
finding things.
the
Okay.
conversation we're
I'm
having.
following now.
Abigail,
Guys,
catch up.
I'm sorry. I'm stressed.
Excellent. I will cast Enhance Ability, Fox Cunning
Oh.
on Cutie Go-Go
I love that.
and give you advantage on intelligence checks. I and then intend to stay on the shore, and if I see somebody see someone running with the pearl to hand it in that's not one of my team, I'm going to cast Hold Person and steal it from them.
Okay. Yep. Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna do ensnaring strike.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you were given no instructions or any
Yeah.
guidelines about the other teams. So yes.
Um,
Okay, so that's what you would like to do. Don't spend any spell slots on enhance ability because it's we're gonna take it one by one and see if anybody else has anything else they would like to try. This is just you telling me what your character would like to do. Anybody else?
Oh, wait,
Ah.
finding things is investigation. No, I suck at that.
Well, too bad.
I say, I'm really sorry, Jerry, and I throw my snake as far as I can into the lake and ask it to swim around, look for
Okay.
clues.
All right, that's what you would like to do.
I'm
This
going
little
to use my
garden snake is just like,
Oh, a garden snake. Hello. I'm going to use my large tower shield that doesn't have the visor cut out of it as like a bodyboard to paddle out and have a look around.
Okay, so that's going to float.
It is now.
Okay, cool.
and I'm wet anyway, so I take my bag off and I take my extra layer with my long sleeves and I just go down to my little shift and I get in that water.
Okay. All right, and Diva.
Was gonna cast ensnaring strike, right?
Yeah, she was gonna cast ensnaring strike on
You're holding back to hinder other teams.
Are
From
you
winning.
guys pointing down both directions of the beach? Like,
Yeah.
like
Okay.
They're our contingency plan.
All right. So we haven't got 4 separate stories about how you guys want to go about this. You're basically just all going to do these things. Then is that what we're getting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
wait, so do you-
Unfortunately, none of you told me how you would find the pearl.
Well, you want us to
sort of said,
tell you the
"Tell me-
narrative of how you...
Tell me how your
Okay.
character would find the pearl. treat it as though you have found the location of the pearl. That's what I'm getting at. Not
Oh, you want us
Yeah.
to be storytellers
yeah.
today?
Give me a little bit of a
Okay.
thing about how your character would find the location of it, or how you would assist someone else or do something else. That was kind of the idea. It's not just, hey, we're going to do that. Just actually give me a story. Just pretend you found it. Tell me how you got to that point.
Whoa, hold on. Collaborative storytelling is not what I signed up for when I decided to play a collaborative storytelling.
I said I was going to try something different.
Collaborative
so funny.
storytelling is not what
No,
I
I'm
signed
down.
up for when I
I'm-
played this.
I'm down
I've done
for it.
enough talking to get us to this point. It's now
Thanks,
your guys'
Lizzie.
turn to do some talking and tell me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
sure.
fair.
Well, if me and Purdy are in the water,
Mm-hmm.
here's how it goes.
Okay, just tell your story and assume
Yeah.
that whatever is happening is happening.
Okay.
Okay,
So, if you want to assume that he's in the water for your story.
Yep.
So Cutie Gogo is just paddling around on his tower shield. Yeah. And
Okay.
just like checking the water. He finds the pearl and he's gonna cast Thorn Whip down to try and grab it.
Okay. All right. So that's it.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll hold on to that because it won't quite be that simple. But we'll say you found the location of the pearl.
Hey,
By
you
paddling
asked
around.
us to say how we got it.
Yeah.
So I told you how
No, to how you found the location of it, how you found where the pearl is. Yep. No, that's cool. So somebody else.
Oh, well, in that case, it was like wedged under a rock that's like covered in a little bit of barnacles.
No.
and some
I'll tell you
coral
about
there.
the pearl when you find it. You tell me how you find it.
I would have taught, because I have speak with animals.
Yep.
I would have casted that as ritual already of the boat.
Yep.
We get bus for all day. I think.
I don't think it lasts all day.
It's
in
10 minutes.
Standard D&D. It's 10 minutes.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would ritually sit there and do that, and then I'd be speaking with the closest underwater animal I could like fish out. I would look insane, just like this cat waiting to pounce, and poof, I've got this sea creature that's now absolutely terrified of me. And ask it to lead me to a pearl, or could it get the pearl for me so I do not have to get that?
Okay. Cool. So you're going to use speak with animals to talk to a fish to get the fish to guide you to where the pearl is.
Yes.
Right. And Cutie Gogo is going to basically surf around on his tower shield and try to locate it from above the water.
Yep.
Okay. Abigail? Galen?
Abigail, will be like, okay, what would Dad do? All right, let's think about it. Okay, and she's thrown her snake in, and she begins to talk with it. If once she's not, she's talking out loud, but you guys can't hear. Jerry is talking in her head. He's like, yes, Papa Quaddy would go over here, and then he would look between the cracks, but then he would think, what if someone just had it in their pocket? What do you mean, just had it in their pocket? Do you think there's someone on the beach with it? Yeah, would that not be like the craziest place like I did? So Abigail swims around for a bit, and then she starts turning around. She's getting the snake to keep swimming and looking out in the water, and she's looking at the shoreline to see if she can see any ping of like pearlescent light off any of the Drakan on the shore.
Okay, and do you think you find any?
I think someone's wearing a pearl necklace.
Okay. I'm going to give this to you. You've legitimately already seen one. Fezzik showed you one, so you knew what you were looking for.
That's true.
Oh,
Fezzik
he
fucking
did.
did. God damn. Okay, I'm paddling in the water, and I'm gonna cast sending. And I pull out my copper wire and I under the water for a second. I go, Ghislaine, can you just get it off Fezzik, please? It's like right in his pocket. He showed it to us already.
That's what you know? That's your
Yep.
story?
That's my story.
Okay. Ghislaine? Anything different you'd like to do from your original?
I love you.
Ghislaine? Have we temporarily lost a Kaiser?
Maybe Nugget needed to pee.
Maybe. Okay. So, ultimately, you, Abigail, have your snake in the water looking, and you are in the water looking, and you are asking Elaine to look along the beach.
Yeah.
Or try to retrieve it from Fezzik. Okay. I mean, I'd like to see if, Elaine could tell us a story as well about how he would find the location. Sort of requires everybody to have done a thing. Yeah, because you do note that the passengers from the other ship have... Oh, he's just gone.
No, he's gone.
Okay. You do note that the passengers from the other ship have all just leapt into the water and are just splashing around and diving down and searching in and amongst the different buildings down there. Because Abigail is the only one that's actually gone underwater. Cutie Gogo, you'll be able to see some of it because you're swimming above it. You see what looks like almost an entire village in the water of the lagoon. There's garden features, there's what would look like townhouses. It's almost like this entire settlement that's been formed out of the flora underneath and the specific kind of moss that Fezzik was talking about. It's a full settlement in the water of the lagoon. And you could imagine that at times it would be quite bustling, but it seems as though for your visit it has been rendered rather empty.
Have I, in all my many, many days of gardening,
Mm-hmm.
have I heard of anything like this before? Or have I come across underwater gardens to this extent, or underwater settlements to this extent before?
I am... You could make either a nature or a history check.
Oh, yes, I can.
Yeah. Tell me which one, and yeah, tell me what you get.
Let's just go for a wee nature.
Okay.
That's an 18.
18?
Yeah.
You are aware of what Fezzik has said. There is a particular, shall we call it a herb, which you now know as a moss, that only grows in the Drakarn colonies. That is highly prized on the mainlands of Syleria for its various medicinal purposes. It is known as Lazir, and it only grows in the lagoons of these islands. The Drakarns nurture it, they cultivate it, they build these underwater settlements, and as it grows, they keep their settlements, they trim it as it grows too large, and the trimmings are then dried and taken by merchant ship to the mainland, where it is then one of their primary sources of trade. The moss doesn't have a huge effect on Drakarn, which is why it doesn't mean as much to them, but they trade for the goods that they require, and they trade it out, and it's one of the most highly prized medicinal herbs on the mainland, this Lazir. So you've definitely heard of it, and for somebody into the things that you're into, it's quite a treat to actually get to see it and be this close to it. But it has a wide range of different uses, depending on how it is prepared.
In that case, what the fuck is a pearl? That shit's interesting.
Oh no.
So instead of looking for the pearls, he legitimately just
Yeah,
went
I can look for the other stuff.
moss.
Yeah, he's just like floating above, just checking it out, taking as many notes about it as he can, like just scrawling on the back of his shield.
It's been very, very well crafted. Like you can tell that the Drakarn use that swim here and take care of it. It is something they take very, very seriously. It is part of sort of like almost before they actually go into doing any specific role on the island. All youths work in the lagoon. And it is definitely a point of pride for the Drakarn people. The fact that you're being allowed to swim in the lagoon almost unsupervised is a bit of a thing by itself. Have you heard from Kaiser Bex?
Yeah, his internet died. He's resetting it.
Oh, okay, cool.
He should be back in a sec.
Yeah, that's all right. I just wanted to check on whether I just keep going or not, but I do kind of want to see if I can get a story out of Elaine first. Because ultimately what is going to happen here is between the 4 stories that are told by you guys get to silent vote So you message me about whose story you think we'll go through. And that is the story we will go with on how you find the location of the pill.
Oh, I like that.
So you guys tell me a story
Hey.
about how you find the location,
Hmm.
and then you guys actually vote on whose story you think is going to be the one that goes through.
Does
So
chat
I
get
don't
to
decide.
vote?
I mean, chat could, but I want to do it as a silent thing. You're also not allowed to vote for yourself, just as a thing.
Okay.
And then we take it from there. Just as I say, I want to try something a little different.
Well, just to clear things up.
Yep.
Cutie Go-Go's finding the pearl is non-existent. He saw that moss, that cultivation, that garden, and here,
Well,
that is
yeah.
obvious. He is a gardener by trade and a gardener by passion.
And knowing that most of these individuals are, not necessarily gardeners by trade, but they live on a tropical island, and you being a gardener, it's kind of impressive that they've done the work that they do. And you feel like most of the Drakans have probably got a fairly solid background now that they could go into a gardening profession if they wanted to.
He also doesn't feel like there's anybody else on the island, other than maybe some of the Drakan, that would actually appreciate what they're seeing down there. So he's making sure to give it the proper reverence, because he's the only
Cool.
one.
That would understand it, yeah.
Maybe Abigail, being her farmy background.
I don't know if this fits for our group today, but my cup says so many dipshits. I feel like this is.
I think
this
that
could be a great
always
team
fits
for
with
these
D&D's
puzzles.
concerned.
This could be. Who knows?
Hey, yeah, exactly. Who knows?
I
I wanted to try something a little different for some of what we're doing today.
I'm gonna be right back. I just want to ask Quentin something.
Yep. Yeah, maybe we take a little bit of a quick break then.
Yeah.
Well,
Cutie Go-Go also
yeah.
scribbles a quick note to see if he can get a small sample of the moss, just to study. So, but that's like scrawled on his shield. He hasn't actually said it to anybody yet.
No,
just
he's out there
It's there in
paddling in
his
the water,
notepad.
so
Yeah, it's just there on his notepad.
We will BRB while we wait for Robert's internet to come back.
Yep. Cool. Let's have a
BRB
quick
chat.
refresh. is you guys all get to silently vote. So message me about whose story you think is going to be the one that would be most successful, most interesting, and that's the one we'll go with.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying something a little different.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, Ghislaine, welcome back, guys. Back from break. How you doing? So yeah, if is there anything you would like to change about what you were doing?
Yeah.
Tell us a story about how Ghislaine would find the pill. Or the
After
location
everyone runs off into the water,
of. Mhm.
Ghislaine's going to turn back round to, I've forgotten his name, the
Fezzik?
elder,
Fezzik.
Fezzik, and say, do you mind if I see the pearl?
Sure. Yeah, he's sort of still been holding on to it. Sort of lifts it up again, and you see it sitting in the palm of his hand. He's like, "That's fun."
She's gonna snatch it off.
Ghislaine's going to reach out and just roll it around in his palm.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yep. It's your story. Yep. Go for it.
Just want to see its movement.
Mhm.
And then he's going to like flick it up and say, here you go. I got one.
Okay. That's your story?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what I want is all four of you to message me in the background whose story you want us to pursue about, finding the location of the pearl. So I think you're sitting with your one, are you, Bex? You're staying with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a bit of a different game.
2, we got 3, we're waiting on one more. Okay. So, 3 out of 4 of you decided that Ghislaine's story was going to be the one we were going to go with.
Yeah, I think it's good
Which
for this
is hilarious for 2 reasons. One of which that bypasses an entire event underwater. And 2, if none of you came up with the idea that you could get the pearl off Fezzik, I already had it in mind that Sargon was going to trade Fezzik for it.
Oh.
So you literally beat them
Sargon!
by getting to it first. Yep.
That's good.
Oh man, okay, so we'll eliminate that. That's awesome. Well done. Thinking outside the box, that's what we want. Okay, so you sort of take that pearl from Fezzik, toss it up in the air. It's like, I got one. And Fezzik's just sort of immediately like, oh, very well done, very smart. I like it. I'm glad somebody came up with something a little bit unusual. It's a shame you don't get to go in the water, but you know what? Points.
Thank you.
And so it takes a little bit of time for all of the groups to sort of reassemble after this. Many of them dripping wet. You see some of them have actually utilized ways to actually breathe underwater. It's odd because a couple of them come back and they look like they're covered in some sort of ink. Some sort of weird, almost sort of liquidy tarry mess.
Oh no.
There's one of them that's kind of got these marks. They're almost kind of like these red lash marks around their throat and slapped across the face. There were giant octopi under there that would have.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh,
The whole idea of that encounter was basically you would have gone down there, you would have found giant clams, and the moment you tried interacting with the clams, a squad of giant octopi would have appeared, inked the area, grappled you, and taken you back to the surface. And you would have had to have found a way.
I love that.
To bypass that, but you've bypassed it, so
We
excellent.
bypassed it.
Yeah, change my name. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to change mine for whatever reason. Is that Purdy trying to put you at the top?
No, just a request in the chat for it. So, server nickname. There we go. I'll just change it to the elder that I'm doing. There we go. All right. But yes. So first event passed, and it is your team that has won.
Woo! What do we get?
The only other team that was the only other team I had in the running for this particular one was Sargon's team. The other two teams would have done okay, but it was his one that was immediately going to bypass and do a very similar thing. So, well done. So, we have time, I think, for one more before we break for dinner. The interesting thing about dinner is, well, you're going to be hunting it. That's your next challenge. We live off the land that we have here. Clearly, anything that we trade is important to us. But we have sort of a communal existence with many of the creatures of the island. So what we have done is there are 4 of our largest herd creatures that are out in the forest currently that are, shall we say, reaching beyond the prime of their life and are ready to give back to the land and the people that have maintained them, you know, us and you. So, what we're going to do is each one of you, each one of the 4 groups, is going to go out and you're going to hunt one of our large lizard friends. And the team that comes back with the largest lizard wins. And then we'll also get to dine on that lizard meat tonight, and I assure you it's not as bad as it sounds, unless you don't like meat. In which case it's probably as bad as it sounds.
Largest lizard.
We have arranged transport to the forest, where you can initiate your hunt. You'll have plenty of time to decide on what you're going to do in the meantime, and you'll have a time limit, because of course, you know, day progresses and we sort of want to eat before it's too late. About 3 hours or so. Koenig, if you could escort them to their rides, please. I'm going to go sit down after all that excitement. And he immediately starts hobbling off. And so Koenig, the black and silver warrior, just sort of beckons you all to follow him through the trees. And you've still got some of the other members of the group sort of patting themselves off and shaking the water out, and some of them trying to clean the ink out of their eyes. As you sort of go through this fringe tree line out into a small plain beyond, where you see a multitude of large, scaly, lizard-like creatures. They're all kind of barrel-shaped, with 4 massively thick legs. They're sort of emerald colored. They're sort of pebbly scaling, with these horned ridges around their neck and over their shoulders that you can sort of see that they would use both as a grip and an ability to steer. And Koenig, sort of as you all assemble, points out to them all, it's like, you can all ride 2 apiece. These are our Baguran. They are how we get across the island, and, well, follow us to the hunting grounds. Hope you're all ready.
Cutie Go-Go reaches into his pack and puts on what looks like a leather helmet, but it's got some, like, metal bands on it that may or may not do something. But he's got his helmet on now, just in case.
Fair enough.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, Koenig walks on over to one of the Bagaran and mounts up, and we'll wait for everybody else to mount, unless you have another way of following.
I mount on the one behind Koenig. He said we could ride 2 to 1.
You can ride 2 apiece. Yep.
So I will.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I just put myself on. Don't even ask.
That's all right. Somebody was bound too.
My small ass self gets on another one.
So
I'll
we.
get with Cutie Go-Go.
All right. And Devar, are you going to attempt to ride on one of the Bagaran, or are you going to just run alongside?
Whoa. Let's keep it PG here.
I'm not going to mount one. I think I will run along with them.
Okay. All right.
Just
Thankfully,
really
because
spell that
it's
bullshit.
not a huge island, it's not going to be particularly far to go. And the Bargaran are not really designed for speed, so much as they are just a solid, enduring journey. Like, they're just designed to be able to, like, endurance and to keep a pace. So it won't take too much to keep up with them. However, Cutie Gogo, Galen, who is steering your Bargaran?
That would be me.
Okay. I would like you to make an animal handling check, please. The rest of you are all fine.
Wow.
We are safe. That is a 24.
Oh my
I would
God.
say that is pretty good.
That's
These
right.
Bargaran are pretty well domesticated. They know generally what is encouraged of them, and there's kind of this sort of herd thing where they are legitimately following some of the people that they know pretty well, and you get a bit of a handle on this. It's pretty, it's not a difficult steed to ride, if you will. Pretty docile, pretty compliant, but you also get it's very solid. It's a very very sturdy sort of movement.
God.
But it takes
Wait, can I do? I want to do two things while we're riding.
Yep, go for it. If you guys want to interrupt the do a thing while I am basically monologuing, please feel free to jump
Okay.
in.
Well, the first thing is I'm going to ask you how long the trip is because I can take a short rest on the back of this conic ride. No. No particular
you won't have
reason.
an hour.
Damn it. Okay, never mind. The other question was.
The hunting grounds are about half an hour away. From
Okay,
the
good
beach.
to know. Good to know. The other question is, she's gonna be like, "Hey, Connie, so are we gonna ask our questions to you this time? Because and this is not one of the questions. I want to just point that out. But we're allowed 3. Are we asking you?
Well, if you want to make that one, if you want to ask that question, that is going to count as one of your questions. The challenge started the moment we left, so I can answer it if you'd
No.
like.
No.
But good
No.
of you to ask.
Okay, no. I didn't ask that. I was
Of course not.
I was inquiring, but it's
course
not the same as asking, I suppose. Yeah.
Now, note that if you spent any resources, we only went with Ghislaine's story. So if you spent something in the story you told, it didn't happen.
Well, because I told him to look at his pocket.
No matter.
Doesn't matter.
We're going with whatever the story we went with was. So if Ghislaine did not specify anybody else using any other abilities or himself using an ability, nobody spent anything.
Cool. Great.
The other things may have happened, but it resource free otherwise.
Guys, group huddle on the back of these things. What are we asking? What are our 3 questions?
Are you asking me a question?
You know what? I'm telling you to give me some options.
I don't know.
You just are just a squeaky wheel on that wagon, aren't you? Just anyone else want to add to that, or am I gonna? The thing is, my mouth can race if it wants to, so you could let me do this, or I can. I'm being nice. We're a team now, so.
Sorry, what are we adding to?
My headset cut out, sorry.
We're just if you have a question for our 3 questions that we're allowed to ask before we're doing this mission.
Yep, up to you.
Do you guys have? Do you have any? Do you have questions?
None pertaining to the mission.
Okay.
No.
I mean, do we want to know if they're aggressive?
That was
Where
my
where
thinking.
they're likely to be?
You know what? That's probably smart. Probably smart.
What is the intelligence level of this team?
Low.
Oh God! Hello.
Hey, look, you
Yeah.
bypass the first challenge by something pretty smart. So,
Hang on. Intelligence?
Yeah.
Is that like the name of these things? Like, what is that?
Have I got the highest intelligence at 14?
Mine is 10.
10.
12.
So, yes.
Oh no. Abigail's got a mouth that could run away. And okay. Yeah. Okay, how about I ask 2 questions and then you ask your one that's non-relevant to the hunting if you so like, Cutie Go-Go.
Okay, I am agreeable to this
Okay.
arrangement. Just make sure you leave that one question. Just make sure.
Okay. Conic.
Hold up.
Okay. Holding up. Stop it, Conic, and I just pushed his face away.
Would a more general question, like, is there anything we need to know about these hunts? No, because he could just say yes or no.
I mean, we could ask something like, what's the trick of the hunt? You know, what's the catch? Or something. But then there might not be a catch, and we just wasted a question. So, I mean, in any case, any question is just fishing, and there might be nothing in the lake.
Lots of what is, not is there. Is there can be yes, no. What is means answers.
Sorry, what? Grammar? Hello? Okay.
Look, I don't common well, okay? I speak woof. I don't common well.
Oh, all right. Jeez. Okay.
Go ahead.
Conic. Take my hand off his face.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I was beginning to worry. Thankfully I know this trail and the background knows it well enough. I didn't actually need to see, but it's nice that I can now see. So thank you for that.
Did not specify how long your response would be to these questions. So I just want to point that out, that I'm wanting a detailed description, all right? Okay, here we go. First question is, are the biggest ones in the middle of the hunting ground? Or the outs? No, well, it's just an amendment to the question. Or the outskirts.
We'll be taking you deep into the hunting ground where the larger ones go at the end of their lifespan. So it is deeper in. This hunt will be difficult. It is more about how you choose to approach the hunt.
Do the creatures... Do they understand your language?
Do us
No.
start another yes or no question. Don't do that.
Well, it's your question now, Cutie Go-Go. I don't know. We got more trials today.
Well, since Abigail failed to ask, what is the relative aggression level of these creatures?
We understand that. He said the oldest ones are in the middle. Then they're the oldest
Well,
are the
no,
biggest.
You asked where. I said deeper in. As far as aggression level goes, I mean, no creature wants to die peacefully. Depending on how you choose to approach the creature, it will very much change how aggressive it is. You can straight up run in there and start chopping and hacking away if you would like, or you can very carefully prepare an ambush or a hunting ground for it. The aggression will change depending on your aggression, but I can almost guarantee you none of these creatures ever go completely peacefully. Be prepared for a fight.
Thank you. That was a helpful answer. See, Abigail? You ask
I
questions.
feel
you
like
don't
because
get a
I
yes or
asked
no
my
answer to.
questions, you were informed on how to ask your questions.
I thought the first one was fine. It was the second one that was a
Yeah,
little
it
bit.
was the second one that, like,
Well, I was
but
just thinking
roll
maybe,
for it.
maybe I don't know the practices of your land, and I maybe I thought that you talked them down. You said, "Hey,
You know,
It's your
you know what we
time.
really should have done?
what?"
We should have asked him how he would go about this hunt.
That's a great question.
I literally facepalm when I thought about it.
You know what,
Yep.
Ghislaine? Maybe next time you ask the questions.
I thought of it after you'd already done this. I'm not the sharpest. Takes me a moment to come up with shit.
There were about 3 or 4 other questions you guys could have asked that really could have helped bypass this too, but I'm
You
not
know
gonna
what?
do
We
that.
got away scot-free on the first one.
Yep, you got the first one pretty well. So yeah.
Let's go into the woods.
All right.
Look, I just want to hit something.
Yeah. So after about half an hour of
Smash.
this steady rambling pace that the Bargodan set,
I'm
moving
doing
a
the
little bit.
rambling part of that.
You are exactly. You've got it. Sort of moving slightly higher up the tree line, partially towards the peak. The Bargodan start slowing down. They obviously know that they're getting into territory that is for species other than their own. The hunting ground, which is where some of these creatures meet the end of their life cycle, some peacefully, most not so much. But the forest you're in is very alive. Like there's constant shifting in the trees and rustling, birds flying about. But you do sort of notice as well that your group has separated out from some of the other groups. It's like you've all been taken to a slightly different area within these hunting grounds. So you're not necessarily impinging on each other's hunt, but you still have the opportunity to move around within the designated grounds. So, as you sort of come to a halt, Konig sort of pulls the Bargaran up and the other one sort of pull up alongside and stop. Devar, you've kept up pretty well. Like, it's not incredibly difficult. Unless you're a bookworm with a really low constitution or something, but, I'm not going to worry about that. Konig then sort of ushers you all off the back of the steeds, and sort of looks at you and sort of looks around. It's kind of like, good luck. We'll be around in case you get into trouble or, something. Here. And he sort of hands out what looks like a small bone horn for whoever wants to take it. Whenever you secure your kill, let us know.
Can I just before can I have cast before we got off? Detect magic. I want to see if he's got anything interesting in his bags. Was there any gear that he brought with him?
Well, he's not carrying any bags.
No, but on the Barbara.
Okay, yeah. No, even on the bugger hunt, he hasn't really carried any baggage. You do note that the spear that he is carrying does have a small glimmer of magic set about halfway down its haft. The spear, not so much, but something in the haft seems to have a little bit of magic. He does also have what looks mostly like a skinning knife set into his belt that has a faint glimmer of magic effect to it as well. That's really about it that he's carrying on him.
How much for the spear before you go?
Sorry, that's a question.
I will give you. I don't know. I didn't do my inventory correctly, so I don't have money.
Sorry.
Judy, let's go find something to hit.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do
That's
it.
fine. We go.
Okay.
Look,
So-
you didn't come prepared to hit. That's your problem.
I'm fine. I can hit things.
Go to uncharted lands and need to buy a fucking spear yourself. Come prepared, woman.
You'll at least have basic equipment. I was going to give you more things, but it's kind of like, yeah, you're not going to need any more than basic equipment for this adventure. You shouldn't anyway.
No.
Okay, so once again, what I am going to get you all to do is I am going to get you to tell me how you find your quarry and what you want to do to prepare for it all. If there's anything specific you want to do, you can still choose to do it solo if you want, tell a solo story, or you can do it as a group this time around. Because this one is very much going to be a group thing. Not how you take it down, but let me know how you would locate it and then prepare for it.
So guys,
Mhm.
I want to cut one off, get it alone, like move it away from the other
Okay.
older ones. If we can like trap it somehow.
Are you meaning like hammer and anvil it? Like put in a corner?
I've got entangling strike that would be handy to kind of
yeah.
let it stay. Also, I am a big creature lover, and I spend most of my time looking at creatures and for creatures. So I was wondering if I'd be able to, when I was running alongside the creature, because it was just a big one of those creatures we were riding, wasn't it?
That's not what you're
Or is it
hunting.
completely? Okay.
No, it's a different, like I said, the Buggeron know that you're in a different species area.
Ah.
Yeah. So
Well, we didn't get any information about what these creatures eat or anything like that. But
Or even
I'd
if they're
be-
tree dwelling or not. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, they're just
Those are
big
things-
lizards.
Those are things we can observe. Like we don't need to know those things before we get to them.
yeah, that can be part of the story you tell prior to the encounter.
So, are you still wanting us to do stories, like
Yep,
separate stories
with-
that we've
with-
heard on?
It's up to
No,
you
we can
whether
do-
you
we
want
can do a
do a
group
solo story or whether you want to work together and tell a collaborative story on how you would find your quarry and what you would do about it. I will resolve that once you guys come up with how you would approach it, but it is up to you whether you want to do it solo or as a group.
Look, Ghislaine and I just want to hit something.
And
And
I
it
reckon
But that could be
will
part of the
probably
group
come to that.
conversation.
But it's a matter of how you get to that point.
I would probably use my skills as a creature hunter to literally see what signs of creatures have passed through, where they were heading, look for poop, look for eating things on the way,
Okay.
and try and hunt them down that way. And once working out where they'd kind of go, get the boys ready to pounce on it. And I'm guessing you're some kind of druidy thing, Abigail?
I would assist you in finding it by casting beast speech and like talking to the local animals as you were looking for like tracks and stuff. Being like, hey, where do you avoid going? Where's the big guy? Tell me where he is. Like, so helping us find him in that way. But like working alongside you and kind of following
Yeah.
the tracks of nature, for sure.
And then I'd be doing the entangling strike to restrain it, so that the boys can get advantage on their strikes, and also see if it looks like any other animal I've studied, and try and assist with weak points and stuff.
And I would cast does it not work on multiple people? No, it doesn't.
I could be a barrel as to not scare it, and you can chase it towards me. And then I'll pop out.
It's just a barrel rock.
Then I'll pop out and be like, surprise! Yeah.
I would cast spider climb on myself to be linchpinning it from above. Once
If there is an above.
it's a tree, it's a forest.
Yeah, but if they're really big,
We find
and
the
they're-
creature in a like a it has destroyed a little clearing in a forest to make a little nest of sticks and trees. Right? We're telling the story. We can fucking decide this. And I climb one of the trees on this outskirt of this like little clearing it's made. That it's done. I don't want to make it more dangerous, actually. Maybe I shouldn't say that, because I was going to say it burnt down a bunch of trees to make like a warm little fire. that it lies down on, but maybe I don't want that to be part of the story. Up to you guys.
Sounds cool. Yep, that works. Sounds
Yeah, and so
Adding fire attacks to
we've
enemies,
all
gotcha.
stealthily
Yep.
gone to 4 different sides of the circle, and I'm up a tree.
I am not stealthy.
I am a barrel.
You're a Falinor,
Okay.
you're not stealthy.
I have
They
this
can
advantage.
be, but
But there's always an outlier. That's what we did, boss.
okay. So there's nothing else anybody wants to add to that?
I'm just a barrel at the tree line, and I've pressed a little button on my hat, and the metal bits all like come out horizontally, like an umbrella, but instead of the concaveness, it's just flat, and it makes a nice brim that's a lid for the barrel.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay,
Ghislaine is
anything-
calling it.
yeah, Ghislaine,
He's,
yeah, anything
he's
else you want?
counting us in for the charge.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're all good with that?
And you'll know the signal. It'll be very loud.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, between Abigail's beast speech and Var's sort of natural aptitude, speak with animals. I'm going to assume you have your speak with animals up. The two of you sort of you go through your hunt. You find tracks of very, very large creatures. Some of them are fresh, some of them not so much. There are the odd little bits of sort of like scrapes against the trees, imprints in the ground, a little bit of some leavings, and even like a partially digested meal. And between the two of you, I would like you to roll somebody or one or either one of you at advantage or both of you roll like an animal handling or a nature check. You choose between the two of you what you want to do. Pick your stat and then
I
whether it's
trust
one
you,
or both.
Crystal.
Okay, I'll roll animal handling, which I have expertise on this one.
I will
Alright.
give you guidance as well.
Ooh, okay, cool. Go for it.
Oh, is it a paladin?
Me?
Already
No.
a paladin? Like his most hated class.
I used druidcraft before.
You bet.
Mhm.
This can have
22.
22.
Animal
nice.
All right. So, between the two of you, with your ability to speak with animals and have this general sort of an idea, it doesn't take you too long to not only realize you are deep within the hunting grounds, but to actually find what you believe is the track of potentially the largest one here, if that's what you're looking for. Is that what you're looking for? The largest?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what we're going to do is I have a map up in Albert now.
Oh god, you do.
Yep, and you guys are on the map. Because of your preparations, you can very much choose where you want to be. And once everybody is ready, I will reveal the creature, and then we can have your bits and pieces kick off in the way that you choose.
Where did you post that one?
It should be in the D&D conversation.
Xmas
I
game.
think. Oh, the Xmas game. Yeah. Sorry. I did that while you guys were prepping at the start of the session.
Cool.
so.
I'm really glad that my plan before with the Thorn Whip didn't actually work. Because I don't have Thorn Whip.
Probably a really good plan. Yeah. Yep.
I'd forgotten that I changed my
Ah,
cantrip
does it-
last second. So, this room owner will need to accept your request. Okay.
Wait, really?
Yeah, this is I have to ask to join.
Oh, okay.
We
Okay.
don't, because this is our map. That he's just
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Because you would be a new entry to this, but
Yeah.
it's normally kept for the campaign. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the campaign settings. Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna have to edit this on the fly. But you love it, chat, when I'm bad at shit.
Alright. So yeah, you guys get to choose whereabouts you want to be. For reference, the creature is around here.
Oh, that's good because I wanted to sneak to like there and get it caught in like this bit, which you can't see my mouse.
In fact, let me just reveal it. Make it easier.
Pointer. I wanted to get it trapped
we're
in.
gonna die.
Yeah,
I can't.
most definitely.
I can't point to things. I want to get it trapped in here. So.
Yeah, I asked if you guys wanted to go for the bigger one, so
Huge.
this is the
Oh.
biggest one.
Ah, that's huge. We're gonna die.
It is in fact a huge creature. That is correct.
Look, I
That's
know
so
my
good.
character sizings.
Oh
it's a
my
huge
fucking god! I guess I didn't realize how big it was.
I gave you the option if you really wanted to go for the largest one, and you said yes.
No, I've
In that
spider
case, I'm
climbed
gonna
up
move,
here.
Because of your checks prior to, because of the story you told, you are well and truly capable of setting up as well as you want. For that, what I am going to say is, for the moment, you guys discovered that it had a partially digested meal, it had some leavings, so it's recently eaten. So it isn't a
Might
little
make it
bit of that
sluggish,
post-meal torpor. So you guys do have the opportunity to set up as much or as well as you would like before any of that kicks off.
Okay.
You have absolute free reign to decide how this will begin.
Actually, I'm gonna go over there because that's closer to Abigail in case she gets in trouble.
I'm totally fine.
Yeah.
There's no way that this creature is tall enough to be able to reach up there.
You're like, you're already protecting me because I'm Simon's Simon.
Uh huh.
Look, she's a young woman. She's not like Simon with the negative constitution, guy.
Yeah, you're also not a fell touch or a giant fucking cat thing.
That's true.
So you're getting the protection of a
Oh.
3 foot tall little fella.
I don't think
Hey.
Dane clicked who I'm playing. That makes me
No, nothing said. That's okay.
That is
Aw.
key.
Okay. Are you guys happy with that positioning?
Yeah.
I might be a little closer to this one.
Okay, cool.
There.
All right. So this
Actually,
creature.
oh wait, well, hold,
Yep.
one more thing. Can you put a snake icon on the map?
I can attempt to find a snake icon in real short time. Give me a sec.
Or just
that's
a
not,
whatever icon
That's
is,
not a-
just
that's not
for
a
my
snake, but-
familiar.
you know.
Oh, cute.
In case anyone is concerned, yeah, Cutie Gogo is like 3 feet tall.
We're not concerned.
My snake
I'll just do it the same fucking
would
size
have
as you.
slithered over here and into this tree.
Okay. No worries.
Oh, it unshrunk itself. I don't know.
No, that's all right. It makes it easier to see. That's fine. I was going to bring it back up to the same sort of size as you guys anyway, just for the ability to see it properly. Okay, so this creature is quite clearly a huge lizard-like creature with a very much like the Bagaran that has like this pebbled hide. This one is very, very similar. It doesn't have any of the hard sort of cartilage ridges or horns. It does, however, have an absolutely massive jaw. Its talons, it seems like it's standing mostly upright. And it has these long arms that kind of hang down in front of it that you get the feeling that it could go quadruped and run on all four if it wanted. But the back legs are far larger than the front. The massive tail almost looks like it's a part of this long body, but it just extends past its back legs. It's currently just sort of sniffing and scratching around and kind of looking like it's wanting to try and find a comfortable place in the shade for it to rest after its meal. You guys have done well enough that you can well and truly set up for it, which if you guys are happy to do now, if you are happy with your setup.
I am stealthy as a barrel. You cannot
Yep.
see the
Yep,
barrel.
and as I say, because of the way you guys rolled and the story you told, you are allowed to have that. You can all enter this as stealthed if you would like.
Yep.
And you will get a surprise round to do whatever you want to do on this creature. Okay?
Okay.
Oh,
So that is up to you for whoever wants to kick it off, if you want to do something. And then, why don't we roll some initiative?
Do we just go for it? Do we just attack?
Up to
Well,
you.
I
It is up to you what you want to do.
I'll
I know,
start it.
asking the
I can start it.
Hmm?
But I'm going to precast spiritual weapon while
Okay.
I'm hiding behind this rock. So I have that
Ooh.
with me.
Okay.
Spiritual weapon, eh?
What does your
what
weapon
form
look
does-
like?
Yeah, what form does your spiritual weapon take?
It's a golden battle axe.
Hmm.
Well, I don't
Very,
have a
very
gold.
ornately.
I don't have a gold one, but there's an axe.
Yeah, thank you.
Does it ask you a question? Oh no, we're out of questions. We're not allowed.
That's right. So you can place that wherever you want within the range.
Well, to not disturb it, I was going to keep it beside me.
Okay, cool. Easy enough. That's it.
That's my prep round.
Okay.
And I'm going to give it a few seconds, and if nobody's going to do anything, I'm assuming they're all prepped and ready.
Yep. Anybody else?
I'm going to cast Long Strider on myself.
Okay. Go for it. Yep.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
I cast Silent Image
Mm-hmm.
on its face, and I want it to. It's just pitch black. I want it to be in a pitch black 15-foot cube.
Because that is affecting the creature, that will kick it off. So that will be, if you want that to be a thing you are doing, that will be the last thing that happens unless somebody else does an offensive action.
I'm definitely doing an offensive action.
Yeah. You also
I'm
summoned your
straight up
spiritual weapon.
offensive.
But I'm just saying if that's what you're doing in your prep round.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
I don't have. I put my snake in the tree. That was my prep round.
Okay. Yep. That's cool.
I'm going to cast Magic Weapon on my weapon.
No worries. Okay. So you're all good?
Yep.
All right. So kick it off for us, and then we'll roll some initiative.
It's just things can.
I cast Call Lightning.
Woo!
Yay!
Sorry, what?
We're going big on this. Let's
And
fucking
Dark
go.
cloud swirl ahead, and a thunderbolt comes down, striking it.
Oh my
I
god!
told you I'd know the signal.
And
Well,
Well, we
could've
do.
been Moonbeam.
Oh, I need different music. This is far too heavy.
no,
for this.
I love it. So that's a dexterity saving throw, correct?
It is.
Oh damn. Okay. And this thing being the size that it is. Yeah.
DC 15.
Yeah, it's got a +0, and I rolled a 4. So we're kicking off well. That's a fail.
3d10. Where's the
Hell
10?
yes. Let's go. Jesus, what a way. I love it. Opening with Call Lightning.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm
Yep.
also going to use my Channel Divinity Destructive Wrath and just deal max damage, do 30 points of lightning damage.
Oh,
Woohoo!
Hell yeah!
Okay.
do we have the rest
Alright.
of combat? Oh my god!
So the dark clouds gather over the forest, the hunting grounds, and this island, and there's sort of like this small rumble. But I mean, you're on an island, you know. Everybody's kind of used to that. All of a sudden, out of the sky, this creature that's kind of very lazily trying to find a place to rest after its meal was suddenly just scorched by this bolt that zaps out of the sky. Damage. Jeebus criminy. Okay, well, that is a way to kick it off. It is immediately reeling.
Yep.
From that. So, as their action, you guys, what else do you guys want to do in this opening round? The rest of you get sort of like your action, bonus action if you want. It's just I'm not doing initiative for the opening round.
Well, with my bonus action, I'm going to send my axe flying forward.
Go for it. So that's an attack roll, yes?
Yes, it is.
Go for it.
Fuck, what am I adding to that one?
I need to remember that you guys have allowed me to have fire attacks on this creature now.
I
This
fucked
is
up,
dumb.
team. That was my bad.
That's great.
Um,
I love it.
So that's a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And spiritual weapon does a d8.
D8 plus your casting modifier, I think, isn't it?
Oh, sick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
Um,
your
12 points of damage.
12.
Yeah, I
Jesus.
rolled max.
Ah!
I've literally done my maximum damage in a round.
Oh yeah, that's insane. That is an opening surprise. Damn, that is a hell of an open. All right, and this golden axe good game by the way, comes flying on over and slices into the beast's side, probably marking the same part of its scales as the lightning scored across. All right, who wants to go next? Unless there's anything else.
No, that's me.
Yep.
I was gonna call down a moonbeam on him.
Yep. If you like.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, so I'm gonna call down a moonbeam upon his hide, and he has to roll Constitution.
All right. Constitution he's got, thankfully. Good dice rolls. I don't, unfortunately. That being said, that's a 15.
Yeah, it means. But it still takes
Still takes half damage. Yep. Yep. So roll your damage. We have no conditions on there.
Go on,
So-
Purdy. Kill it
so
before
that
we even
was-
have to roll initiative.
12 damage, half to 6.
To 6. Okay.
I gotta see what I can actually do.
Okay, I don't have a thing for Moonbeam. That's fine. That's fine. So 6 damage, 6 radiant damage.
6 radiant damage, and
All right.
I'm going to run up to it.
So, tick, 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 tick.
And
Yep. Approaching this
Alright.
creature that's suddenly reeling from these multiple hits and this bright light shining down on it through the canopy.
Okay. So I pop the top of my barrel off, much like a little dome on top of my helmet. Just pop the top of my barrel off. I'm going to shield lob the top of the barrel at the beast.
Okay.
I'm using
So-
one of my shield fighter maneuvers.
Go for it. Yep.
Shield
Uh,
rob.
Where is my thing? This is jackal damage, but we'll do it anyway. Oh, that's a natural 20.
Oh my
Okay.
dude.
26.
Oh
what
my
the shit?
gosh.
Alright, so that's a D6 and a D4.
Jeez, with this sort of surprise round, you guys didn't need to ask any questions about how to deal with it.
So that's
Just wait for my turn, Quinn. It's gonna be.
that's 10 slashing. Oh no, sorry. That's 21 slashing.
He won.
Yeah.
Jeebus, criminal.
And then I follow up with
You just kung loud that bitch.
yeah. And then I catch the shield, stick it back on my head, and then I pick up the tower shield in front of me and just slam it down on its foot for a
But it-
second attack.
So does the shield return to you?
No, but I've got more in my inventory. So
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
I've got
He has
6
like
shields. I can
6.
only,
Oh yeah.
I can only carry so many.
All right. So
Uh,
what you were doing just an attack, is it?
yeah. So it's just another attack this time. That's an 18.
That hits.
All right.
Because
and this is-
the shield master maneuver is one of your attack actions, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah.
So this is 10 slashing damage.
10 slashing.
10 slashing.
Oh boy. Okay.
And then I'll action surge.
Yeah. As you said.
Yeah.
Nice.
Go for it. What are you? Go for
Sure,
it.
he's a fighter. Druid?
I'm a pure fighter. No, I'm a pure fighter. That's a 25 to hit.
That
That's
hits.
because you have gardening as your background that you get druid craft?
No, I've got mage initiate.
Yeah, I was gonna say mage
Yeah,
initiate.
just took a feint.
Ah.
That's 9 slashing.
9. Yep.
Yep. And then I get another attack.
I
because
love
you do.
spiders.
It's 22.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah, anybody who says fighters are weak doesn't play hasn't played a
Ah.
fighter, right?
I love fighters.
And that's another 10 slashing damage.
Rimini. Okay.
Nice.
Yep. It's still going. It's still reeling from this attack, despite all of these hits coming on in. It's definitely beginning to, growl a little bit, building up in its chest from that. But woofed. Yep.
And that's me done.
Okay. You sure?
Okay.
Sure.
I think
Okay.
our Abigail is so shook at like and she's like thinking back, like, I remember the stories being they're as wild as he said, and she's like quickly like going into her pouch and she's pulling out 3 rocks. She casts magic stone on them. She gets a little slingshot out and goes pink.
Plink.
Oh.
Go for it. Do your attack.
Yeah, that's my attack is 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Yay! She does a whole 7 damage.
7? Yep.
Pink.
Plink.
And I just wanted to hit
Okay.
right in the middle of its eye. You know, like it. Or its forehead, like doof.
Okay. Okay. Ding. Okay. Is that it, Abigail?
Yep.
Right. I guess now we roll for initiative, right?
Okay, cool.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
I got
And-
a 6.
Before anybody watches or listens to this and tells me, hey, your homebrew's broken, the only thing I did that was homebrew was the shield lob.
Yep.
Everything else could be done with base game shit.
There you go.
Yep.
And even then, the shield lob was still the same damage as a short bow with a d4 extra. So,
5. Okay, so we got a 5 and a 6.
16.
16. All right.
Oh, do we put it on the owlbear?
We can, yeah.
We can. Yep.
Dirty 20.
Whoa, dirty 20. Hell yeah.
How do I
So
select a
you have
character?
to bring up the initiative tracker. So you need to select your character, and it comes up down the bottom with the ability. I think you need to hit the dots, and you can go add to initiative.
Oh, okay, I see.
Don't.
And then she's about as dexterous as Simon was. Actually, probably less so.
All right.
Dragon! Ha!
That's just the name of the token.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
not what
it's
it
not
is.
letting
I feel
me
like
add
it's-
me to my,
Oh, yeah,
hang on, where are you?
you're in there.
You are added.
Yeah, you're. Yeah,
You just
yeah,
have to
yeah, you're-
type it on top of the 0.
It's just called Titaned? Or is it Dragon? Where's the Titan?
Titan was the snake.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, it's my snake? His name's Jerry.
yeah. I'm using a Titan token for it.
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
Titan token, so it defaults to just like the beast
Oh,
defaults.
yes.
Dragon.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
20. Nice.
That's good.
Jeebus. Okay. All right. All right. Woo. Is that everybody? Everybody's in? 2, 3, 4.
That's what
Yeah,
it looks
that's
like,
everybody.
chat.
Okay. So, after an immense surprise round where this thing is reeling and it's getting ready to let out a roar, Devar, you get to follow up with your initial moonbeam. What do you want to do?
I'm going to attack.
All right, go for it. What are you attacking with?
I am attacking with my 1d8 great axe, I think it was.
Great axe? Isn't there...
Battle axe.
Battle axe, okay. So you're doing one-handed?
Yes, because I have a shield.
Yep, so yeah, D8. Go for it.
It's raining so much, guys. And it's the anniversary of the Auckland floods.
Oh, jeebus.
I'm really glad to be playing D&D right now. It's very helpful and distracting.
Stay safe, Auckland fam.
Yep, 100%.
So that's another dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Well, that hits. Jeebus.
For my first attack.
Yep. The amount of damage you guys dealt in the surprise round.
Yeah, I did so much.
It all adds up. Like,
I didn't.
heck.
I just gave it a wee scratch under the chin.
I just gave the signal.
Yeah.
You did. You did.
Indeed. A signal was indeed given.
Message received.
I'm glad. I didn't want you guys to miss it. I was worried.
Now, I think next time you need to be a little less subtle, okay? All right?
Okay, I can do that. I can be louder.
Fantastic. Beautiful. How we going there, Diva?
8 damage.
8 damage? Okay. So your axe chops into the fairly solid hide of this creature. And it's beginning to enrage, so it almost kind of doesn't notice that initial strike, but it's definitely aware of the presence of hunters.
22 to hit for my second attack.
Go for it. Yep, that hits. I can't believe this. I knew level 5 was overkill.
9 again.
9 again?
Look, I've wanted to play one of these guys for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I love it. It's great.
You'll like my next move.
Alright, anything else there, Diva? After your second strike stabs on in? This thing almost looks like it's been overwhelmed. Like, it's already, like it was kind of leaning up against one of the trees, scratching its hide. It's already starting to look like it's tottering and its legs are starting to lose its strength.
At least it gets a turn now.
Yep. So you're done, Diva?
Yep.
Yeah, it gets a turn. That'll be about all it gets.
Yeah.
And this is where it breathes fire.
I mean,
Well,
that
I
has
mean,
a fire attack.
Hey, look, it's been given a fire attack, so, you know.
Its
it'd be-
claws
Yeah,
light up in
expecting it to be
fire.
like AoE firestorm.
yeah, it'd be rude of me not to do a fire thing. However, it is going to use its multi-attack first.
Cool. Cool.
What's its reach? It's actually got a 10-foot reach. There's plenty of targets within 10 feet.
Not me.
No, you are well and truly out of range of its physical attacks.
Behind, like, half cover or quarter cover. There's a rock there.
Yeah, I would say you've got like half cover. However, there's two that are immediately close.
Yes.
That being
It
snake, right?
is definitely not a smart creature.
Thank God
So
for that.
because it is not a smart creature, it's going to go after the last one that hit it.
Fair.
Yep.
I mean, I'm 3 feet tall. I'm hard to miss.
Yeah, but it's responding to the last thing that caused it pain.
I'm
It's-
easy to miss. I'm 3
It's
feet tall.
got very little intelligence. You're easy to miss, yeah. So immediately as it sort of swings its body around, sort of you can sort of see that totter on its legs, but its massive jaws immediately snap down towards you, Diva. Oh, jeebus, that's really high. That's a 17 on the dice. So that's 27 to hit.
Whoa!
I think it does. I think it
Okay.
takes that one.
Yep, so let me
I'm scared.
I got too many dice. There we go.
That's a plus 10.
Yep, that is indeed a plus 10. That's how math works.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
scared.
Jesus. So that is 8.
I knew I should have come and stood next to her. God
So that
damn it.
is 36 points of
Oh.
piercing damage as its massive jaws wrap around you and bite in. You are also, it starts to lift your upper torso off the ground through sheer strength. You are now considered grappled. Which actually, hang on. No, it counts as restrained. But it can't use its bite against another target while you're grappled.
Are you alive?
Cool.
Cool. All right. Make a concentration save as well.
Yeah, your DC is, what, 18?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10 or half the damage, so 18.
Oh, at the start of its go, it should have rolled for the moonbeam.
Right, and what was that? That was a con
Constitution.
save, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, why did I put my d20 away? That seems like a silly thing to have done. Oh, no, I didn't. It's right there. In amongst the other dice. So it's
They're
a
killing
15, which I think I got last time, didn't I?
Yeah, so
Yep.
half damage.
Roll the damage.
5 damage.
5. It's okay. Okay. So
And
as,
I've lost concentration on it.
okay, cool. But at least you got that last little ping out on it. All right. So as it begins to try to lift you up off the ground, the only other target that is kind of within sight, like Ghislaine is there, but is also not,
Got
right.
a tail, come at me.
Yeah. Well, that's what it's about to use.
Dare you.
It didn't see where the lightning came from.
I know.
So it saw, like, these two that are out in the open, that's what it can see. It can't attack the one it's currently biting with its tail, so it is going to attack Cutie Go-Go.
Okay.
Which is 24 to hit.
That hits. Just.
Okay. Just, yes, I believe it too. With your build. So that is 1, 2, 3.
No, it's more than just. I'm only on 19.
Fair enough. That's a really good roll for 27 points of bludgeoning damage.
Sweet.
As the tail comes whipping around, almost hacking down a tree at its path to try and get at you. And just the impact is just resounds through your barrel-like shield.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, because it's its multi-attack, I'm not going to do the fire thing. It is, however, going to use its bonus action to heat up.
Sorry, what? Sorry.
It's going to use its bonus action to heat up.
Okay.
It's not going to get a chance to use it, but that's what it's going to do. It figured it was going to be far more effective just using its normal attacks than,
Oh my god.
sauteing you alive.
Cool.
That's its turn. Cutie Go-Go, you're up.
Alright. I'm going to move, staying within its range,
Yep.
to, I guess, there within 5 feet of this other person who's not actually on the grid lines as such.
No, that's right.
I'm going to move to there, and
Yep.
I'm going to whack him with my shield again
Go for it.
for another nat 20.
What is this?
It's only a D8. It's nothing fancy.
That's all right.
Nothing fancy, just a D8.
So it's max. So you guys remember how I'm doing crits
It's
now, right? So you
8
might
and
not
then
actually
a
know
roll,
Pert.
right?
It's max damage plus 1 roll.
Oh!
Yeah, that's how I'm doing it now. You do max damage and then you still get to roll.
Oh! In that case, that's 17 damage.
Okay.
17 slashing.
Yep. So as a group, do you want to tell me how you finish this creature off? Because it legitimately had 7 health left after your moonbeam.
Damn!
Oh.
That's so
It
good.
had 136 to begin with, bitches.
We really went out
That's
there
what
and
you
did that.
did in the surprise round. You took it down to about 20-ish health on the first round. About 29 health on the first round.
I feel like
Yeah, I
Abigail
mean-
was here.
I mean, Galen did like 30 something, 40 something.
40. I did
42.
about 40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
42 on
And
the
then
first
I
round.
did a
Yep.
ton.
Yeah, action surged. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You guys, like, I was looking at it going, fuck, if I roll badly in the initiative, this creature doesn't get a turn.
I think it would be funny if Cutie Go-Go does like get the killing blow, and then
Yep.
you see the light leaving its eyes, and then 2 seconds, like like a couple seconds after that, you see a stone just go plink off its head and fly away.
Well, I have extra attack, so I was going to bring my shield down onto it, and then I was going to go up under the neck as well
Ooh.
to like try and daze it with a
Alright.
dazing strike, which I don't have to do now.
No,
But
you
I'll
don't
just,
have to.
I'll
You
just
don't have
hit it
to,
in the jaw
But you
anyway.
can narratively do it, yeah.
Yeah, narratively, I'm gonna like try
knock its jaw so that it drops Devar.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, which it'll do. I mean, the muscles on the neck would immediately slacken from that fatal blow. It's only half lifted Devar off the ground because Devar it's still technically a medium creature, but it's still large enough where it's trying to bring it up to. But yeah, it immediately lets go upon the strike. Devar settling back down onto the ground.
The other
Also,
thing that
narratively,
oh yeah.
because I'm like
Yeah.
3 feet tall, I would have had to get under its neck to hit it. So then I'm like running out as fast as I can so it doesn't land.
Oh, while the gate closes behind you. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got that whole-
and then I just pull my shields close to me, throw myself sideways, and just roll out.
And it's the whole thing. If you see it toppling and you're running that way, and it's kind of like, why don't you run sideways? No, it's not cinematic enough. Yeah.
And I just throw myself sideways and I'm barrel rolling out.
Literally barrel
Actual
rolling.
barrel rolling.
I would say also as the creature's like head flops to the ground and is lying there still, you hear a shh from the tree and like little venom just goes onto the
Oh, little venom. Followed by this little stone going. Blink.
Yeah.
And as Cutie Go is rolling, he's just like, blow the horn!
Devar, as she's falling to the ground, reaches the horn to her little snubby snout and blows the horn.
Nice.
Okay. And it does let out this massive. Was there anything else Ghislaine wanted to do with that?
I mean, he was preparing to bring down another lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't want to cook the meal too soon.
No.
So he's gonna change his mind and just send a healing word over to
Ah.
Devar.
There were some pretty hefty hits. So yeah. All right. So
36 was amazing. But yes, thank
Yeah.
you for your heal. How much do I get?
Let me check.
And Cutie Go just like slows his roll, sits up, barrels to the side, sits up, his eyes are spinning, and he's going to just catch his breath and second wind himself.
yeah, because you took a pretty solid hit from that tail as well.
27, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep.
27, it was alright. It was an alright hit.
Yep.
7 points of
Alright.
healing.
7. Nice.
Not too much. And healing word is my only healing spell, so I can't, give you a
That's
bit.
fine.
95 is 14. It's up to 45.
All right. So the creature is lying there, twitching out its death throes. The horn ringing out, and you can
Bit
sort of
static
hear.
just pops off it.
And you can sort of hear out in the distance the sound of what's like might be other people also having a little bit of a scrap with some fairly large creatures. But sure enough, not long after you you rolled someone health 3 times. Jesus. Not long after that horn blast goes off. Sure enough, a couple of Drakans do show up, almost sort of descending out of the trees to appraise your kill. Holy shit, guys. You guys messed that thing up real quick. I love it.
I was there.
Hey, every little bit helped. And, there is sort of this moment of appreciation from the two Drakan as they assess the size of this creature. And you can sort of see that there's almost kind of like this acknowledgement of, okay, that was fast. And some of the other hunters come along and sort of take a look at the measure of it, and it isn't too long before the other sounds of battle sort of stop throughout the forest, and many of you are brought back out beyond the tree line. You got 58 total. Jesus, 36, 46. Yeah. Woof. And there is kind of this, you are all informed that you can return to the shoreline, and the creatures will be brought. They have been assessed, and the winner will be announced at dinner. But the ride back on the Bargoran goes pretty smoothly. I'm not going to make another animal handling check. To take you back to...
Wow, you should have seen them. They were like, kapow, and and it was just a crazy time, Connick.
What if you can't see? There's 35, 46, 50. Jesus Christ.
I bit my hat.
And you know, Connick is not actually with you. He's one of the ones that stayed behind.
Aw.
So you guys are kind of finding your way back with a few of the other hunters. He seems like he's the one that's going to give the final assessment on, you know, who bagged the larger creature. But you return to the shoreline, where you do see there are a number of these tables have sort of been resituated. There is the beginnings of a bonfire being built on the beach. The sun is beginning to lower, and the sounds of the forest, oddly enough, it's almost more active now than what it was during the earlier hours of the day. Many nocturnal creatures, it would appear, in this forest. Once you're all sort of settled and taking your ease, you do note that one of the other teams appears to be a member short. The crew of the Eternal Wind appears to be only 3 of them there instead of 4. But after a short amount of time, you do see Connick and a number of the other hunters also return, and a few words are spoken between Connick and Fezzik, where Fezzik sort of looks out amongst the small groups, nods vigorously with a big smile on his face, and sort of begins hobbling on over as the sun begins setting. It starts getting a little darker, and you could actually hear in the distance the sizzling of meat. It appears as though your meal has begun to be cooked. And Fezzik sort of wanders up and says, "Well, you all did incredibly well. I'm going to not lie. That was a lot faster than I was expecting. We were hoping that our trade masters would bring us some capable people able to defend themselves, and it seems as though they have done that. So I very happy to report that the one of you that bagged the biggest torrent is the passengers of the Ambition's Call.
Woo!
Well done. Well done.
Well done, team. Well done.
For nothing.
The rest of you need to pick up your game for tomorrow. They are running away with this. But, you know, if any of you feel the need to rest and relax after that, I perfectly understand. But if you would like to perhaps join in either the cooking of the meal, or perhaps you can share some of your culture with us via song or dance or story, some form of performance. There will be plenty going on for the evening before we have our meal and rest up. Very good. And just sort of begins wandering off to take a look at the torrent himself.
Shit, what did I call him? Cutie Go-Go.
Cutie Go-Go just sits down on the ground, cross-legged, with some shells and other random bits and pieces that he picked up, A, from the shoreline earlier, and B, from his pack, and just starts making, like, you know, those stupid little wind-up teeth toys? He's making one of those, but with, like, a clamshell.
I love it. Yep, okay, very cool. Yeah, you have that as a feature, don't you?
I do. It's
yeah.
the curious mind thing.
The curious mind thing. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
I'm making a little clockwork.
Pugoys being an inventors. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Anybody else want to do anything for the prep for the evening?
Oh no, help with the cooking.
All right. Cool. Any particular thing you want to do with the cooking, or just help the cooking?
Just help. Maybe just help. You know, Actually, part of the rotisserie.
Okay, yep, no
wind it
worries. There are some massive slabs of meat currently being cooked, and you can sort of see the fat just boiling off that meat. Oh, anyway, anyone else?
I think Dwa, in all her culture, would be gonna do a dance.
All right, okay, yep. Just is there anything specific about this dance, or are you just going to go through steps of one of your local specialties?
Probably just something from her pack. Um,
Okay.
that explains how her pack has maybe done a victorious hunt themselves and um, there was glorious moments and but also a nod for the team that lost someone. That there was the grief as well as losing a few.
That natural
Um,
balance of
yeah, and
what it
kind of
means.
during the creation, um, and how it all means to be part of a pack and working together and stuff.
Beautiful, which is in the nature of hunting and that loss of life while going through those natural things. The Drakans very much understand that with their
How-
lifestyle. So
How long would you say we've got until dinner? Like a
oh
couple of
boy,
hours?
yeah, a
Yeah.
couple of hours. Why not?
Yeah.
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. In that case, after he's finished making the little clam cheddar thing, he's going to take a few more bits and pieces and throw together a little music box that kind of plays the tune that they were singing and dancing to when we arrived. Just another little shell music box that I can give to Fezzik.
Trying to sort of capture the almost that watery sound that they were
Yeah.
vocalizing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I-
All right.
Yeah, it's a little like clamshell music box. I get one of those little shells where supposedly if you hold it up to your ear you can hear the ocean. And I use a couple of little mechanical bits to kind of amplify that into a louder sound that's not just like when you hold it up to your ear.
Yeah, so it's actually audible beyond that. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. I like that. That's cool. All right. Anything Abigail wants to contribute to any of this? Or you just want to take it easy?
Abigail like goes to like a quiet seat on a log on the beach and sends like a little spell home, just like kind of updating them, asking how Jimmy is. Can't believe she left her 2-year-old behind, but so much interesting things. She'll talk to them again after dinner. And then from then on, she's gonna enjoy just hanging out with the locals and like try and finish some more of her watercolors of what she's seeing as she sits here and experiences this whole new world outside
Yeah.
the farm.
Okay. Yeah, it does start to get a little bit cooler on this beach as you all sort of give these little impromptu bits and pieces to sort of contribute to the night's celebrations. You do see that passengers from the Eternal Wind, the other ship, seem to be sort of racking their brains for what they can do. Ghislaine, one of them, is sort of out cooking with you and making some interesting suggestions about some spices that could be rubbed into the meat to create a variety of different flavors. And the Drakans are kind of rebutting with maybe you should try it first, but we appreciate the input.
Guys, this is the next test.
And it's not the only thing that sort of happens that evening. Some of the other crews are also sort of doing a little bit. You see that Sargon is busy telling stories. Garatsu is, of course, very, very quiet. Seems to be almost doing shadow puppets for some of the young Drakan kids, using the light of the bonfire out onto the tree, and he's just using his hands to create these interesting little scenarios. Masaka is creating these little water things out of the lagoon and sort of just almost kind of creating her own little dance, very reminiscent to what the Drakan Sand had done. And Shinto, however, just seems to be taking it easy. He doesn't seem to be particularly interested in contributing to a lot of this. And the other crew seem to be pretty quiet. as well. It seems as though either they lost someone or somebody got very badly injured or something along those lines. But the evening progresses. Food is brought out. Some of the Drakans do step up and they do start doing a very similar sort of a dance to what they did to greet you. There's less sand involved this time, however, so they're not kicking it up over the area you're going to be eating in. The copper and red female Drakan that you had sort of accompanied Konig and Fezzik initially steps up to the bonfire and stretches her arms out and sort of begins to sing and begins animating the fire itself. And you begin seeing these animated versions of the Drakans and these big winged lizards, and almost telling part of the story of the history of the Drakan people through song and fire. And the night just kind of continues in this vein where it's just almost this communal group of small little batches of people sharing stories and a bit of music and dance and just enjoying the night here. As it all sort of rolls to a close, you are welcome to take your ease. Perhaps will be provided for you for the evening, where you may, if you wish, if there's nothing else you want to do, you may have a long rest. But if there is something else you want to do, go for it.
I give, before bedtime, I'm like, here you go, Fezzik. And I have a very, it's not great. Like, she's not a great artist. She enjoys doing it. So you can see a lot of passion in the strokes. And she's trying to get those colors, right? But she has like a little watercolor, almost like caricature of Fezzik, Konig, and the red one who was singing by the fire.
Her name's Trillisk. Sorry,
Trillisk?
I should have introduced her earlier, but yeah, her name's Trillisk.
Yeah, but it's just like a little caricature of the three of them. She hands off to Fezzik.
Okay. And he's momentarily, like, he gets this huge grin, and you can sort of see, as much as he's been a very smiley sort of a person, this is the first time you've seen most of the teeth that he has left, which is not a huge amount, but he is incredibly chuffed by this almost personal sort of a gift, and the fact that it is rendered as an art in an art form is genuinely touching to him. For probably the first time, he seems like he doesn't really know much to say outside of, expressing gratitude to you.
I'd also be giving him the music box. It's definitely not for me. It's not my culture, not my thing.
No, fair enough.
So it's for him and his group.
Look at us sucking up.
All right, and he receives this. What was the music box made out of?
It was clamshells and bits of driftwood and anything I found on the beach, really.
All right, just the natural bits and pieces there.
Yeah,
Okay.
natural bits and pieces. Give them back.
Interesting. Yep. All right, which he genuinely appreciates. Like, if it had been actually something crafted out of the bits and pieces of metal, he would have found it an interesting curio. The fact that you've crafted this music box from elements of the island itself, and it is a song of welcoming, as much as it's trying to echo what they had been singing initially. It does have this sort of ear to it of well thought out gift, and he's almost looking like he's a little bit overcome, and it seems like this event that he's been holding is definitely bearing the sort of fruit he was hoping it would. Anything else for the evening? Nope.
Elaine's not doing much.
Okay, cool. And Devar?
She might be doing baby things.
Yeah, might be dealing with things. That's okay. So you guys can, if you would like, have yourselves a long rest. If there's anything you'd like to do over the evening, you can. So obviously we've been going for over 3 hours. It's 8:15. I don't know if you guys are keen on continuing or not.
What's 3 hours among friends?
If you guys
Time
are keen
well
to,
spent.
it is time well spent. I love it. There is more if you guys are happy to continue, but I am also quite happy to leave the rest of this for another
Like a
time if you want.
Two?
I was hoping to get it all done in one, but yeah, this is me.
Well, we have nothing to do,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
I guess
Robert?
it comes
I
down to fixing
haven't
Robert.
eaten in like 8 hours. I'm kind of
Oh.
hoping we'd end up soon so I can go get
Oh, we
some
can
tea.
take another small break. There's no reason we can't take a short break and get some more food.
Happy enough to have a break if that's
Yeah.
Or if that's all we
the only
need.
thing that's stopping me is that I really need to eat.
Okay, and you're happy to continue, Bex?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, how about we do that and then we resume in the morning? The morning in the game.
I mean, we don't need a 6-hour break.
No, yes. That's why I thought, hang on, I'm just going to
Work.
stipulate real
Are
quick
we-
because that'll be taken out of context by someone.
Are we feeling like, is it going to be like another hour, another 2?
I'm going to, because we have been going 3 hours already, there were a couple of other events. I'm going to cut it down to just one left.
Okay.
Yeah. And that also makes it, hey, there's 3. And the thing being, I don't necessarily need to continue because you guys have won 2 out of 3, but we may as well.
Fair, Luna, fair.
But
No, okay.
there were 2 other events that we didn't win that weren't noteworthy to talk about. So that's why we have to do this 3rd one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
We didn't win them, so they don't matter to us.
No, that's right. We're only covering the stuff that you guys won. That's it.
Absolutely.
That's the way it works. Yep, I love that.
Yeah, Abigail's drawings of those ones are just heavily scribbled on, you know? I was like, no.
Don't worry, Luna. Yeah, we. It sounds like we are going to continue. We're just going to take a little bit of a break. So how long do you want me, Kaiser?
Oh, like 15 minutes. I don't need too long to make
Yeah.
some toasties.
Cool. We all good with like
Nice.
a 15-minute break?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Sweet.
I'll go get
Cool.
soup.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I'll whip something up nice and quick myself, I think.
I love you guys. Let's take a break. Hands
Um,
in. Break.
Team break.
break.
Go team
Oh.
break.
Luna, I'm going to leave
This
you
is-
with some nice calm music for a little bit. Hi, Gummy. We're just on break waiting for Robin to get back.
Passable.
Great, great. We're all unmuted. We're back in.
Ah! Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And welcome back.
Such a cool looking party, honestly.
It's kind of neat, isn't it?
It's pretty cute.
Yeah. How you doing, Gumstitch? Hope you're well, mate.
We love you, Gumstitch. Great Dinkum episode.
Hey, Gummy!
Great Dinkum episode that's clearly been recorded this year.
Absolutely. It wasn't dated at all during the recording.
Cracks me up.
Loved it. All right. So let's get back into it. You guys are having your long rest after your sort of just over half a day on the island of Tanaroa. In which, you know, you've been welcomed aboard. Some of you have been dunked in the water. You bypassed a pearl finding challenge by literally taking the pearl from the elder. And then hunted probably one of the biggest torrens on the island, which you then ate for dinner during some of your celebrations. You've been given your own little huts to be able to rest in, which you may avail yourself of if you have not already.
What if they laced the food and the next challenge is survive food poisoning?
Oh, don't worry. At the end of this, I'll tell you about something else that was supposed to have happened, but you guys bypassed altogether. Yeah.
Hi, Luna. How's homework?
So, is there anything you guys want to do overnight, or are you just all happy to take a long rest and wake up with the dawn?
I'm good.
I'm just having that long rest.
I want to have a long rest, but I want to wake up early and go for a swim. Haven't actually been in the water. Might as well.
Yeah. No, absolutely valid.
But planned entry into the water, you know?
Yeah, instead of falling from the back of a flying creature into it. Yeah,
Mhm.
that works.
Who would do that?
Right, exactly. All right. Well, if there's nothing else for anybody, that's all right. So you guys, you are up pretty early then, Ghislaine. You do note there are a number of Drakan also up. It does seem as though several of the younger Drakan are in the lagoon itself, doing the tending to the underwater moss there. Sort of maybe trying to get a little bit of an ahead on that before the day for the rest of you begins. So you're definitely not alone in the water should you choose to take a dip. And it is very, very crisp, and because the day is only just beginning, you know, the aurora is only just starting to kick off above the island, and it's not quite overly heated yet, but the warmth from the day before is still present. So it's just a very, very pleasant swim, really. So unless there's anything specific you want to try and achieve, you're just having a nice, relaxing swim in the
I
lagoon.
wanted to enjoy this water.
And it is very, very pleasant.
I'll want to get up early too and just be taking note of the creatures I see.
Okay.
Just toddle down to the lagoon and look at the turtles and the birds and
Yeah, most of the turtles that you saw when you arrived have left the lagoon or are back outside. They're like the other side of the Glimmer Reef now. So it's, unless you try going for a swim to the edge of the crystal reef, you won't really be able to see or interact too much with them.
she's not swimming.
No.
She's just going to be looking from afar.
And most of the sea life that you see, or the present in the lagoon, is it's sort of slightly different varieties of the fish that you might have seen previously. There's nothing too different there. Jesus, Luna, boy. But what you do note, apart from the Jlan themselves, these flying creatures, some of the Bargaran that are nearby that seem to be grazing. There's these other tiny little sort of lizards running around on two legs that all seem to be fighting over scraps of meat from the torrent that you supped on last night. They also seem to be just snapping up all the little leavings of rubbish and other bits and pieces and quite happily sort of gulping it down, almost like, landlocked seagulls. And the Drakarn's own kind of refuse clean. These small little packs of tiny little lizards. But yeah, there's plenty of these sorts of creatures around, and you do see that many of the Drakarn themselves also rise pretty early. And some of them seem to be cleaning and clearing away what's left of the festivities and celebrations last night. The only other one that you sort of see from any of the crews out and about, well, actually, no, sorry, there's 3. There's 2 from the crew of the Eternal Wind, who seem to have gotten up a little earlier and headed off a little further down the beach. And you do see Sargon and Garatsu sort of standing on the beach themselves, sort of having a quiet conversation, looking out towards Ambition's call. Other than that, it's a pretty quiet morning on the beach of Tropical Island.
If anyone spots Abigail, she's gone back to that same log that she sat on last night to do drawing and to talk to her family. And if you kind of peer over her shoulder today, you'll see she's drawn her little baby boy and her husband standing on this beach. And you can just tell she's feeling a little bit sad, a little bit homesick. She's just like wishing that they were there with her.
Oh,
So kind of capturing those moments so that when she returns home, she can have a memory of them being there, even if they weren't.
Yeah.
Almost, yeah. Okay, I like that. That's awesome.
I'm just wanting to punch Vixen in the fields tonight. That's what I'm doing.
yeah, it's just like boom.
You're doing so well.
All right. Anything else for the morning before you're all gathered together again?
Nah.
Nope.
No,
Okay.
from Sappin.
Nope. Sweet. Yep. Everybody's good. All right.
Oh no, we steal 14 health potions and
Oh yeah.
And pin it on the other passengers, right?
yeah, for
Yeah.
That's
sure.
the one.
I don't know about the
Uh,
rest of you guys, but I take a level up.
Oh, great, good call. It's our story, so
That's right. Yeah, it's your story.
We also
So
all
we
developed
have played
feats
that.
overnight. Yeah.
Mm.
uh-huh.
Yeah. So now you can walk around like quadrupeds.
And a solar comes down and gives me its sword and then leaves.
Okay, great. I like
Yeah.
that.
I developed feats at the end of my legs. Yep.
That's the one. Yep. Like I say, you can walk around like quadrupeds now. All right. So, after a short little sort of bit of time in the morning to spend by yourself and just enjoy the location that you are in, it isn't too long before many of the other either members of the crews or the other passengers all sort of appear. And you sort of see that small little procession of Fezzik, Konig, and Trillisk heading on down with a few other Drakarns in tow. And sort of approach with a lot of you. And there's kind of this sort of loose sort of a feeling where they invite you then to sort of have some breakfast. Again, it's going to be more of the fruit and the paste. This nice, refreshing sort of start to the day as the heat does begin to climb.
I keep thinking of like pate, but you're meaning like a. What am
Think
I
of it like
thinking?
a
like a fruit jelly kind
it's
of.
almost like a pesto
Oh.
sort of a paste, and you take the bits of fruit and you dip it in the pesto. It doesn't taste
Ooh,
like
I can
pesto,
mess
but
with that.
that's the sort of texture that it is.
Yeah, I'll mess with that.
Yeah, and yeah, you all sort of have a little bit of small talk. You're that's great. Yeah, have your morning before the elder once again sort of gets up, with his bone staff. It's like, well, I hope you all had a pleasant night. Your accommodations were to your liking. It wasn't too hot. You all feel rested and relaxed for the new day's activities. So, for today, we're going to keep it a little bit simple, given the events of yesterday, with some unfortunate injuries. We've decided that perhaps we're going to maybe can some of the events and maybe leave those for another visit. So we're going to cut straight to the finale, people. Follow me! And he turns and he just immediately starts doing the slow shuffle off the beach towards where you see there are waiting Bagaran on the other side of the trees.
Amazing.
All right, so more of the same team, right? We worked really well together yesterday.
Yeah.
And you do know that this morning, it does appear as though the crew of the Eternal Wind are going to sit this one out. The fact they had one of their number either killed or injured, you never ascertained which, seems to have taken the wind out of their sails.
But their wind is eternal.
That's
Also,
right.
they should really get that checked.
Right. And so it will just be the three teams that are heading off. And as the sort of this very slow procession goes to these giant sort of emerald green lizards, you get Fezzik sort of talking more about the island itself and how it's this gift they were given from the keepers after they showed them mercy after the Scourge War, and more of the history that you got with the song from Trillisk and the fire. And he sort of says, so for today we have a very special task, challenge, event, trial for you all. We're heading up to the top of the cradle. And he sort of looks up to the tri peak that looks like it's had that top sort of scooped out. And it's like, and up there we are going to invoke the island's guardian. And they are going to give you your final challenge, whatever they see fit. And once again, just kind of, you see him very slowly try and get up onto one of the Bagarans. And you sort of see Chronic just kind of standing there watching Fezzik. And it just continues for like almost an entire minute of Fezzik trying to climb aboard. And Chronic just, eventually just kind of shakes his head. It's like, he's had his fun. And then helps the old man up onto the lizard. So you all mount up, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I?
Well, unfortunately. I keep forgetting you're playing a four-legged creature. Shouldn't. No, so you will unfortunately have to go alongside. But again, it's not exactly a huge island, and given that you've got some elders aboard, it's not going to be going particularly fast.
Can I make a history check for the island's protector?
Sure, if you'd like.
Oh, that's a good idea. Go.
Yeah, go for it.
Before we have to ask questions time, you know?
That's right.
Find out what we know beforehand.
18.
18. So
That's
you're
my
specifically asking what you
intelligence
might know about Tanaroa's guardian.
Yes.
Given that most of the information that the Drakan colonies, the people have about the Drakan colonies is pretty limited, the fact that there even is a guardian may not necessarily be surprising, but it's not something that's like in any way common knowledge. Even the crew of the Ambition's Call, there's sort of this at the mention of an island guardian, and they're here on a fairly regular basis doing trade. So even they don't have any much information about the island guardian.
That's good for us, right?
So it's nobody has a leg up here. Nobody has any more information than anybody else. This seems like for whatever the final trial may entail, there's no advantage to be had. Unfortunately, the information slipping out of Tanaroa is pretty restricted because there's very few outsiders allowed here. Until now. Unless there's anything you want to do in your slow procession up the peak, aboard the Bagaran or beside them.
I'd just be noting how they move, what they look like. Is this the only island they're on?
If you would like to ask that, you can.
I would cast Detect
Um,
Magic again.
The Bagaran are not specific to Tanaroa itself. They are like many of these lizard species are across the different colony islands. They're pretty rare to almost non-existent on the mainland, but they're not specific to a particular island out here. And as far as what the Bagaran look like, I mean, I've kind of described them. Think about a Triceratops without the horns.
Okay.
That's kind of the way they look.
Like naked Triceratops.
A no ceratops, yeah.
Oh.
So sad.
While we're writing, I would just be like relaying to the nearest, like younger Drakan, not an elder because they're not going to remember, but one of the younger Drakan, just relaying like how to maintain the jukebox, the music box they gave them, because technically it only works for 24 hours unless I maintain it. So
Okay.
I'm just giving them what they need to maintain it as much as I can.
Okay. There aren't too many of them that are. I know it's not technically mechanical, but there's not too many of them that are mechanically minded. But I'm sure that, one or two of them might pick up the basics of how to do it. It's still going to eventually fail and fall apart because they're not going to be able to maintain it. But they might be able to make it last a little long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
But yeah, I'm going to
yep.
cast Detect Magic, and I want to see
right.
if there's any magical clues in anyone's pockets.
Okay. So you pick up the same things on Konig you'd seen previously.
The spear and the dagger.
Small. Yep. You do see that Trillisk, who is with you, her vestments, her outfit appears to have magical properties.
Feeling that, gotcha.
As well as an earring that she has, and a neck piece. She's actually pretty well decked out. Fezzik himself has his staff, and there appears to be something in one of his pouches. And you get from the other crew, one of them appears to be carrying a magical sword, and a couple of them have what look like magical bracelets on. From the crew of the Ambition's Call...
Magic friendship bracelets?
Something like that. From the crew of the Ambition's Call, Sagan has his sword and his armor are both magical. Garatsu is only his sword. I have already forgotten her name. Masaka. Nah, there it is.
Masaka, yeah.
Has her armlets, and something on her belt appears to be magical. Shinto, not wearing much, doesn't appear to have anything on him except for his boots that have a faint magical aura. There you go.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, Abigail's gonna think that maybe it's not fair that everyone else gets an advantage in magical items. We don't. Maybe that's not fair for the last challenge. Maybe it should be even.
Maybe.
And she telepathically
Well done, Luna.
says this to Devar. What do you think? I don't think that's fair, right? Is Crystal busy? 2 minutes to speak. Luna, how? How?
Written determination. That's how.
Crystal! Fix it!
Sorry, yes.
Everyone else
That
has
is
magic
cool.
items, and we don't. I don't think that's fair.
Her grumpy face gets grumpier as her eyes like narrow.
Maybe we should say something. Maybe we should say to Fezzik, maybe either everyone gets rid of magic items or they give us some. Because he has some in his pockets. Just saying.
Well, if you think you can convince them, go for it.
But I mean, I'm good at talking. I don't know. I mean, I can try, but I think if you stand behind me and look, with your face like that,
You
it'll
there!
help.
Others have magical items and we do not.
Who are you addressing this to, Devar?
Elder dude.
Because you gotta get a few people jump
Fezwick.
at this sort of physics.
Fezwick.
I hang
Yeah,
up my
let me
phone.
see.
Oh my god.
16. He maintains his seat as this
I like
this
talk
loud
next to him.
upstart basically and sort of just immediately reaches his bone staff out to sort of prevent himself from toppling. I'm sorry. Repeat the. I don't want to say question because last time I said question, somebody said statement.
That was also me. So, we
Theme.
do not have the advantage other teams do. I and some of my teammates do not feel this is fair. We have no magical items upon us.
Oh, well,
Okay, thank you for your belief.
perhaps you should have brought some.
It's not like we
Perhaps
knew
that
that
should
we
have
were
been in
in.
the brief.
Yeah, we were. It's not like we knew that this was going to be a competition. We're just normal folk from the mainland.
Targon, did you not tell them they could bring magical items? It's like, I wasn't told that they could or could not.
Hello, Fahaki.
Oh! That's on me then, I suppose.
Definitely
I
something
feel
to
like
think
your
about.
lack of equipment might be on you though, but sure.
To be fair, we have shown that we are superior in the last couple of challenges.
It's not
You have
convincing
won the
that-
last two. I feel like that's enough of an advantage.
I would just think if this is the island protector, either we go in naked and blind, or we okay, maybe not blind, but you know what I'm saying? Like we either go in.
You want us naked?
No, it's just a phrase. I'm meaning we're either going in with just our natural born abilities, or I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just gonna. Never mind.
Targon sort of motions his Bagaran over a little closer. It's like, you're saying you want an equal playing field.
Yes.
Yes.
So we either all go in with magic or we don't.
Yes.
Do you have magic at your disposal?
Well, we don't have a magically imbued items. That's
And
the
for those of
difference.
us who may not have any magic available at all, do you think that's a fair advantage?
You're a reasonable man, Saga, but I think you're trying to manipulate this in your favor because your team has
Not
quite a
me.
number.
I'm fine. Our team has magic. I'm just curious to see where you sit on this.
No, I would like to think that magic is for everyone, and with the gifts that the gods give us, it is. But
I mean, he sort of looks over at Sim. Like, I'm fine to give up our magical items if there's some sort of challenge. If that means you will feel better about it when we beat you.
We have yet to see this.
He's smiling at you like he's just trying to get a rise out of you, but it's like a friendly little jab.
I mean, this is all. Like I didn't know I was signing up to this when we got on the boat. I'm here for fun more than anything else, and to experience something new. But I just think if they're gonna organize some kind of competition, there needs to be some rules.
It's actually very competitive.
I agree. And, if it makes you feel better, then I think my crew and I are happy enough to give up a perceived advantage in items. Does that work for you? A fair playing field needs to be a fair playing field. I mean, as a merchant, we should be seeking every advantage, but I understand where you're coming
Agreed.
from. Right?
Fihaki, thank you for the follow. I mean, it's just... Welcome to the exploration. I'm trying to think my next argument.
But he sort of looks over at the passengers from the Eternal Wind. It's kind of like, Berg! And you see a halfling go, hey! It's like, you guys want to give up your magical gear? These guys haven't got any. It's like, yeah, whatever. It's like, there we go.
There
We're
you
all
go.
enter an equal playing field.
Right.
Does that work for you?
Perfect.
Right. What is the challenge? It's not going to require magic, though, is it? So he sort of looks at Fezzik, and it's like, I don't know what the Guardian is going to ask you to do. Oh, equal playing field it is.
I mean, we could all collectively hear the questions that we ask in advance. Like, for example, if my team approves me asking a question.
You did a great job earlier. Sure.
You said that monotone.
Oh, were my words not clear?
Oh no, they are perfectly okay. So,
I like him.
can Fessick, you give an example of a thing that the Protector has asked someone to do in the past?
This is the first time we've actually, had outsiders on the island to, petition the Guardian to do a thing.
Well, I just said someone, so what has he done for you guys?
Oh, I don't petition the Guardian very often, if at all. In fact, I haven't done it ever. I've never even seen the Guardian.
Okay, that's interesting. You guys got a hot question idea, or
I think
You
we
can
should
donate,
wait to
that's
see what we're actually being asked to do.
Yeah, I want to get there and find out.
okay?
There's no
well,
point speculating, getting in our own heads.
Great. Let's ask
Let
two
them
more
keep their
questions.
magical items, and we're fine.
What?
Let's just go.
No, we just negotiated that.
Poorly.
So,
Negotiations are over.
your convoy continues its way up to the Tri-Crowned Peak, the so-called Cradle. Where you approach the Aurora, sort of seems a little lower, but it's not. It's a little higher. And you reach sort of that crest in between two of these peaks, where you do see that it's almost like this basin that's almost perfect the whole way around in the way that it's designed. There doesn't seem to be a way that this could occur naturally in the world, but you see no sign of how this would have been created otherwise. Hey, nice, Luna.
Nah.
Well done, sir. And as you all sort of dismount from your giant lizard steeds, Sargon and his crew immediately start taking off all of their magical gear. And you do see that the other crew, sort of almost with a little bit of reluctance, start removing theirs as well. And you sort of see that Fezzik and Konig and Trillisk are already starting to head down into the basin. Following?
Detect
go.
magic is still up.
Sure.
Is the basin wobbing? Or wob, 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 wob?
There doesn't seem to be any inherent magic to the cradle itself, no.
Is anyone cheating?
I love that. We're just all suspicious of each other now. I
There
started
is
that too.
there is a dwarf from the Passengers of the Eternal Wind who does appear to have a concealed magic item in their boot. By the way, the Eternal Wind crew are made up of a halfling, a bugbear, a minotaur, and a dwarf. So just
Oh, 14.
yeah, never really came up, but yeah. But the female dwarf seems to have a magical item secreted in her boot.
Strange how that crew also has a minotaur, and the minotaur is also the figurehead of the ship we were brought in.
Maybe
Are
the
they
DM,
in the cahoots?
maybe the DM just likes
Cahoots?
I think they're in cat boots.
Definitely. Definitely.
I think Devara's in
Um,
cat boots.
Khaki boots.
So, as you all move down into the basin of the cradle, it's as I say, it's all sort of this smoothed stone. But as you approach sort of the bottom point, you do note as there's this very subtle sort of shaking and rumbling that starts happening around the area. And there is a small section of stone at the very bottom of this bowl that starts lifting up and forms almost like this sort of plinth. Again, completely circular. And Physic, Konig, and Trillisk all sort of take up a point, forming a triangular pattern around this circle. And they begin to beckon you all over to sort of be around them. So you guys get to pick which one of the three you'd like to be behind.
Divine Nation, thank you for the follow.
Do we
You
want
guys
to go
pick.
behind Connor or Trillic?
I want to go Trillic.
Trillic.
Trillisk?
Trillic.
Okay.
We're doing it.
So the copper and red Drakan, the Flame Singer. Gotcha.
Yeah, copper and red.
Flame
Yep.
Singer. That's a
Yep.
hot name.
What's that?
It's a hot name. It's a
Oh,
hot
what? Trillisk.
Flame Singer.
Oh, Flame Singer. Yeah.
Flames. Yeah.
Well, I mean, she is.
Coloring too.
She is, yeah, she is the one that was singing to the bonfire and creating the history of the Drakans through song. It's her role. So as all three of them sort of begin to sort of hum and whatnot, you see that Sargon's crew has associated behind Konig, and the passengers of the Eternal Wind have gone in behind the Elder Physic. And as these three Drakan begin this vocalization, this warbling, the plinth almost seems to shimmer, and you see what looks almost kind of like the smoke of kind of like a volcano coming up out of the plinth, but the plinth doesn't open. And the smoke begins to swirl and create almost like this tornado-like imagery in front of you before it comes in and forms this legless sort of apparition that has these bone sort of carvings down and across its chest, this massive sort of feathered headdress that looks very reminiscent of some of the smaller lizards you'd seen running around. It's carrying in either hand these two large swords, and it just kind of turns into nothing below the waist. And it slowly begins to do a turn, looking at those who have brought it forth. The song, the vocalization that the three Drakans have done continues throughout, and then they begin to step back. But they urge you to stay. The Guardian sweeps its gaze across all three groups and then begins to lower a little bit towards the plinth, and you sort of see both of its swords sort of light up with this fire along the edges, one red and one blue. And there's just this voice. Without actually speaking, you hear this voice echo through the basin. It's like, someone has violated our history. Show me what you have learnt in your time here. Appease the angered spirits, or know that the island wrath shall consume you. And in a massive swirl of wind and light, you lose sight of the other groups. And suddenly you're all not on the cradle anymore. In fact, it doesn't even appear as though you're on Tanaroa anymore. You have been whisked away somewhere completely different. A small island out in the middle of a whirlpool. You are down in the bottom of this whirlpool, and it is just swirling up high around you with these spikes of rock, these spires that seem to emerge out of it. This piece of rock that you are standing on, funnily enough, I've added it up into Albia, has a large piece of rock that extends out slightly over the water. And this guardian appears at the very peak. And the four of you are, I'm just adding you in,
Well, I moved everything.
up here, standing on the beach at the bottom of this ascent, with the guardian with its two flaming swords just hovering at the apex of this rock as it waits for a reply.
I haven't been taking notes this time.
What do you mean?
We're fucked.
Hey, it's because that's the sort of game I decided to make it.
We're screwed.
Until, oh no!
And we haven't been asking lore questions because we're just like, oh, we'll just,
No,
you know,
I
it's a
know.
one shot. We'll keep
It's
the
a casual
game
island
moving.
getaway.
I
Fuck.
want to look to the water
Okay.
Yep.
and see if I can find the moss outcroppings that I saw them, the early risers in the morning tending to.
Oh, so the the underwater village, the Lazar beds.
Yeah.
Other than the spires of rock emerging from the swirling water, there doesn't appear to be anything else that you can see. If there is, it's obscured by how turbulent and consistent that water is.
I always take notes.
I haven't got it here, but the Flame Singer is with you. I just need to
She's
see if I
with
can
us.
find her. She is with you, yeah.
Wait, so can you say what he wants us to answer? Be very specific.
He said their history has been desecrated.
Violated. Or the island's
Violated,
law
yeah.
has been violated?
The island's law has been violated,
Island's
and he
history
wants
has been
us
violated.
to tell him what we know.
What was done
Burned.
wrong?
Take what you've learned and appease. Yep. I'm just going to use that as her, because it's also the right colours.
Take
And
what
she'll be
we've
standing
learnt
atop this rock behind you.
and appease.
But she appears to be making no move to help you. It's almost like she's the overseer of this particular trial. And the look on her face is quite a bit sterner than what you've seen in the past.
Okay.
So you do have someone there that you can ask questions of.
I was going to say, I want to use one of the questions
Yep.
Yeah.
to ask her, do you know what's going on?
She tilts her head at you like, are you sure that's a question you want to spend?
Kinda.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
It would be so much worse if she didn't know what was going on.
It would be, yeah. No, it really
That's
would.
fair. Yep, that's fair.
I mean, it's still not great, but it would be worse if she didn't.
As her answer fades away, whipped away by the sound of the maelstrom around you, you do notice that not far behind her, the rock begins to actually lift and reshape itself into a large, massive tentacle.
Oh no! I'm good. I'm so good. Okay. What have we learnt, team? What have we learnt thus far?
just been doing a day in the life. So we've learnt about pearl
pearl.
hunting, mosses, the moss growing.
Yeah.
Hunting
We
the
learned
elder lizard.
about the turtles and the lizards that fly in on.
We learned that the island was given to them after the Scourge War.
No, that was the artifact.
It has a super strong back because I'm carrying the team. No, that's not true. I literally, Luna, you missed it. Everyone else did like 40 something damage to, and I did 7. That's how much I damaged.
Damage isn't everything.
No, it's not. I want to go take a look at what this pool is. There has to be something on this island.
As you approach the pool, some of the water begins to rise up and forms another tentacle.
I'll take some steps.
And it begins lashing a little bit as you approach.
Nerdy Otter! Thank you for 45 bits. I'm well fuzzled. I'm well fuzzled.
Instructions unclear.
There.
Yeah, I'm.
Well,
Can
I
you
think the
repeat
guardian-
what he actually asked? Because
Yeah.
the
I
island's,
was caught in a moment. So
the island's history has been desecrated. You must make amends and appease the island by showing what you've learned.
History has been desecrated. We could, okay, so we could try and imitate the dance. We could try and imitate the song when we arrive to the island. But I don't know why it's been desecrated. Is it because
You see
we
a
came
third
down into the
tentacle
cavern?
far to the south.
Would it
begin
be
to emerge out of the sand.
because they let us here in the first place?
I think it's because they let us here in the first place, right? Why am I doing this accent? That's not me. I'm doing a
I
panic.
don't know.
I think you might be right.
right, so if we all throw ourselves in the water and drown, then the island will be appeased.
I'm not rightly okay with that.
Or if we explain the day in the life that we've encountered, we can show that we are like the inhabitants and have experienced.
Is it,
It's
yeah,
like
is it
they're
because
chosen.
they've let outsiders on the island in the first place? So we have to show them that we respect the culture.
How do we do that? Everything we approach grows a tentacle.
Well, we,
Hail Fire Singer. What's the entire history of the island?
3 months later. The island guardian sitting there twiddling his thumbs going, are we done yet?
No! I need to know more! Please, go back further.
what if we just ask if it was
Oh,
an action specific to us? Or if it's an action just in general? Because if it's an action specific to us, then we go, okay, what did our team specifically do to piss off a god? Should we ask that? Should that be? What do you think? Should that be our question? Should we ask that?
Have we seen any of them use magic?
Who, the Drakan?
Yeah.
The closest you've sort of seen is like when they were doing the dancing and the singing. There was the animation of like you had the sand Drakan that came up and imitated the dancing, and then Trillisk herself sang to the flames and animated those. So there's definitely magic involved, but theirs seems much more like in tune with like a performance of some kind.
It wouldn't be because the dude said hi to us before the elder could. He was being
That's
cheeky.
That's
funny
less
if that's
like
the case.
that's less like that's less likely to be you guys or any of you visitors having made a boo boo, and one of the other islanders having made a boo boo. So
None of us beat the elder in his little race.
What if somebody else has taken something from the island that they weren't meant to? We're
Didn't
not
you
the
say
only party here.
someone was hiding something in their boot? What?
It's not going against the island history as such as it's going against the rules of this.
Unless it's like a historical artifact. I guess you're right. I mean, maybe it's something to do with yeah, like I mean, there's 2 trade ships here, right?
There's 2 trade ships. There's what, 3 other parties with the 2 crews and another set of passengers, or was it just the 2 crews?
There were 4 parties. 2 of the parties were formed up of the crews of the ship, and the other 2 were just passengers. So you were one of the passengers. You were the passengers of the Ambition's Call, and then there was, I think he was the Berg, the halfling. He was part of the passenger crew from the Eternal Wind.
Yeah. So there's 3 other groups here. I don't think the trade crews would do anything to.
So it's the
Maybe
other
the
passenger.
person, the 4th person did something, and he wasn't taken out by the kill. He was taken out. Or did something to anchor them.
We need to ask her more questions.
So at this point, Trellisk is beginning to sit down cross-legged on the rock, peering at you all. It's like, have you made a decision?
Nope.
Was it?
Instructions unclear. We know jack shit of what we're supposed to do, and jack shit about what we're supposed to do with it.
Was it something we specifically did, or something that was situational to us arriving on this island?
Someone amongst the visitors has taken something that does not belong to them.
I knew it!
It's not us.
Prove it.
Yeah, exactly. How do we
Prove
prove
it!
that?
Prove it! We get butt naked. We just stand here butt naked in the maelstrom, and we just let it all hang out. And we just say, hey, we got nothing on us.
Does our paladin have Zone of Truth by any chance?
Not prepared.
How
do.
come a paladin,
Do you actually?
I actually
Really?
do.
Do it! Do it on us! Do it right now! Let's appease this fucking god, and we'll get it over with.
I thought it might be helpful, and I didn't think it would be this helpful. I don't know.
The weirdest things in the weirdest places at the oddest
Okay, we
times.
all huddled together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a decent enough range. Don't have to be like right up.
Yeah,
to the
no,
top.
well, let's get the Draken there. So.
Oh, do we want to get her in as well?
Oh, fuck
No.
yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Why no?
Because how would it look for us to use magic on somebody from the island when we are the ones being accused?
It's a 15-foot radius.
Yeah,
So-
cut her out.
So
We don't want her in our radius. I am not enchanting a Drakan when the Drakan are accusing us of possibly being thieves on the island.
okay.
Archon
so,
hasn't. It's the Island Guardian that did.
And?
Right, I'm making that distinction. Just,
I'm casting Zone of Truth.
Right.
Okay,
I'm
Do
choosing
you-
to fail.
cool.
I solemnly
I
swear
choose
I
to
fail
fail.
this spell.
And you are casting it outside of the range of Trellisk?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're
So you
saying to
all-
her what we're doing.
You all
Saying
choose to
what's
fail?
happening. Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And announce that promising to tell the truth, that all the truth and nothing but the truth. So help
Okay.
me keep him.
Okay.
If any of the guilty party is here, raise your hand.
That's not how Zone of Truth works.
It is. I asked you a yes or no question. You either raise your hand or you don't.
Don't think it compels movement.
It didn't.
Okay. We're saying, we have taken nothing from the island that was not freely given to us by its people. Correct?
Correct. I have taken
Correct.
nothing.
Correct. I've taken nothing.
Have
I
taken
have
nothing.
given
Not
more
given
than I have
anything.
taken.
That was not freely given.
Does that appease you?
Trillis sort of looks up at the Guardian. Guardian actually sort of peering down at you all. Like, begins to float a little closer. Sort of makes its way down the path to sort of hover over the precipice above you.
Oh, look,
And then you
guys,
sort of hear,
it's time to strip.
then you sort of hear the voice of the Guardian again. It's like, sorry, I was a little far away. Could you repeat that, please?
You
little. Oh, this was all just smoke and mirrors, wasn't it?
It's quite likely that somebody did actually steal something. But it was not I.
I did not take anything.
I took nothing.
I had no hand in anything that may have gone missing from the island. In fact, I have returned more than I have been given in its entirety.
Oh, well, oh, that's all right then. I suppose, try all over. Good job. And immediately everything kind of just fades away, and you find yourself standing next to the plinth again.
Wait, Abigail,
Huh?
didn't you say one of the other passengers, crew, was concealing something still? Something
Yeah, they
that
had
they
something in
obviously
their
didn't
boot.
want people to see? Yeah.
Even after that whole conversation about we can't go into this next trial with magical items, la la la, they still had something in their shoe.
Yeah. We may have found your guilty party.
Trillisk, who's come back with you, sort of wanders up and sort of looks across, you know, the sort of almost catatonic looks on everybody else's faces, because the other groups are still here. They just appear to be completely zoned, zombied out. It's kind of like, who was it?
That one right there.
The dwarf.
And she sort of begins humming, getting one of the vocalizations again that begins rising and rising until it's sort of, you almost hear it sort of reverbing around the basin. And then she sort of blinks her eyes and you sort of see them go completely white as she sort of looks around. It's like, in the boot. And she sort of strides on over and actually grabs the dwarf and pulls it away from the rest of the group. And you sort of see the dwarf begin blinking. It's like, the item you took, the item you have, reveal it, please. And sort of, and immediately sort of pulls out what looks like a little ring. It's like, and it's like, and she sort of, Trillisk reaches over and picks up the ring and looks around at everybody. It's like, this is a wedding ring, isn't it? Like, yes, I carry it to remember my dead husband. I just didn't want to be parted from it. Like, I'm sorry. And hands it back and sort of looks around like, well, this has been a little bit of a bust, hasn't it? I guess
I regret nothing.
I think there's only really one other answer. She looks at Konig and it's like, get the Jlan. And you sort of hear the cawing after he sort of blasts one of the horns, and you see some of the flying creatures coming over, and you see that Trillisk and Konig immediately mount up and begin flying back towards the beach. As the other groups begin coming too, sort of Fezzik is looking around and the Island Guardian reapparates. And begins sort of once again turning and looking at you all. Like, it seems judgment has been passed. None of you are the guilty party.
Oh my god, those sons of bitches on the beach.
And as you move up and over the crest of the basin to look down across the island, you see a ship
The other
slowly
fucking
pulling
ship!
away
Oh
from the
my
Glimmer Reef.
God.
Those bastards.
Those
They stole
Dickheads!
it.
They stole.
How far out are they?
Well, they're not very far, and you can immediately see that the Drakans are beginning to mobilize their dragon turtles and the other Jlan to try and catch them.
They'd be further than 120 feet, yeah.
Oh, much further than 120 right now. Yeah.
God damn it!
But yeah, the crew of the Eternal Wind, unfortunately, took the opportunity to make off with a particular historical artifact entrusted to the Drakan people.
Oh,
Wow. Because they had a guy down, so they said they'd sit out the fight, and we all went up the fucking mountain. Those
Was
sons
that
of
guy even
bitches
down,
on
or
the
was
beach.
He was out stealing it. He just didn't come
It was
back. We
all a
just
ploy.
assumed.
It was all a ploy.
Dirty rats.
Oh my
Mhm.
god.
Is this canon in your story?
Safe to say that the crew of the Eternal Wind will no longer be trading with the Drakan Isles.
Yeah.
And Sargon and the Ambition's Call and Kirith Nan will be getting trading preferences from here on out. The Drakan deem, unfortunately, that their little experiment to open their doors to the rest of the world, for now, is a failure.
Oh.
And you as a crew, or as a group, will be amongst some of the very precious few that got to spend some time on Tanaroa as visitors. Whether the Eternal Wind get away with this or not, I don't know. Maybe we'll do another story with that sometime. They're
Gonna be hunted down by a grumpy cat.
But they made off with the ruby scale armor. The original.
Wow. And we
Yeah,
would
the
have
real
won
one.
it.
The real
Oh.
one.
I thought it was yeah. I
Yep.
thought it was the real one.
I'm guessing they don't let us take the replica either.
Maybe they took the replicas. Worth some
No,
money.
because we won. Just saying.
As a peace offering, you know what? You're probably offered one suit of ruby scale between. No, you'll get your ruby scales.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the one shot, guys.
Yay!
That was cool.
That was awesome.
Didn't really do a boss fight at the end, but I sort of I had an idea, and it's kind of like it doesn't quite play that way, so we'll just do
Right,
it.
we
No,
had a
I
mid-back.
like that. I
Yeah.
like that.
I really like that.
Mm.
Yeah.
This
Um,
entire thing was not what we expected.
No.
Yeah, that
no,
was great.
It
I
was,
didn't
Shot
expect
in
any of
one
it.
shot.
it was very much an experiment.
Thank you, Luna. Finishing game bits. Quinn, congrats on a one shot. That was a one shot.
It was actually a one shot, right? It happens once, like every couple of years. Uh, But yeah, I have also deliberately left that open just in case we ever want to continue a storyline for what maybe happens with the crew of the Eternal Wind.
Alright. So
Yeah.
I want to keep playing Lane just because I really want to play this class.
Tempest Lyric's
Tempest
great.
Lyric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We-
I was just waiting for you guys to make some odd move or ask the wrong questions to Trillisk, and I was going to kick off the fight with the Guardian, but it never happened. You guys had a zone of truth, and you kind of managed to get around it. Like, you know what? I can't bypass that. Like,
I
just
even
can't.
picked that spell before
it's
before we
great.
started, so it wasn't like a overnight. Oh, this might be handy. I was
I
just
love
going
it.
through the spells, being like,
Yeah.
this could be useful.
I
Yeah.
love it. Like you had the things you needed to bypass it. It's kind of like I can't do anything with that. Like that's you've bypassed the challenge in a completely in a D&D way.
So good. If we were fourth level though, you wouldn't have been able to do that, right?
I was only
Yeah,
It's a second level
wasn't
spell.
it? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
If we were third level, I could have done that.
Yeah.
Shit. Zone of truth.
But
OP.
But yeah, some of the other things that were said on the island, if you guys had actually gone into the water, I explained like the octopus and the ink clouds.
Yeah.
The medicinal herb that gets sent out, the Lazir, we might remember a certain Simon Passamaquoddy got this specific soap
Is
I
it the
think-
drug
Oh my
store?
God.
Is it the drugstore?
One of the uses of Lizia is a soporific and a hallucinogenic, and it's been utilized into a number of different medicinal uses. So if you guys had actually gone down there and interacted too much with the moss, I was going to give you a numbed effect
Oh my god, like
to
Simon's
continue through the
hands.
day, and that would have made the hunt really interesting.
Luna, for some context, I am playing the daughter of a character that I played in one of the first one-shots that Quinn ran when we
Adventure.
first met.
21 sessions or something.
12.
12,
It was
by
12
the way, it was
sessions.
12, okay.
It was a 12-session adventure in the end.
But I ran an old man called Simon who was determined to get a story to tell his grandson. Not that he knew it was a grandson at the time, but he was like, I needed a story to tell my grandbaby. I gotta go have an adventure. And so he went out, and part of the adventure was him he got this soap, and it was fucking laced with drugs, and he cleaned the whole inn's kitchen with it. And he was all high in the kitchen.
After
So
summoning cows.
fucking
and
fun.
shit.
Oh yeah, because I broke
Yeah.
the kitchen.
Simon had
That's
to
why I
clean
was
it
cleaning
because
it.
Yeah. You had to clean it because you broke it with cows.
So funny. I should read through all of those notes again because it was a funny game.
That
So-
was so fun.
So some of the other events I had in mind was an actual dinosaur race.
Oh, great.
So you guys actually would have done a race, and you would have had one person designated as a rider, and then the rest of the party could either find a way to help your dinosaur and rider or hinder the other teams.
I
All
would
I
have
can
cast a suggestion and said stop to one
But
of the
they would
other
have taken
riders'
they would have
mounts.
taken way too long by the time we would have gotten to it.
All I can say is thank God we didn't make it to that. Do you remember the dinosaur race in old times sake?
Which is also why I'm kind of happy that I didn't, because we've actually kind of touched on that before.
Yeah.
There was building a sand monument.
Oh, that
I
would
would
be
have
cute.
kicked ass at that.
And there was actually I had two others which were running with the dinos.
Oh, I could have done that.
Yep, and a witnessing and aiding in the midwifery of a Jlan birth.
Wow.
I would have loved that too. but-
I could have
think
helped
actually
with
this
that. I
party
had
would have
lesser
done it.
restoration. I could have eased the birth.
So they were all the bullet point ideas I had for events for you guys to do, and I sort of framed all of them out, and it's kind of like, we'll see what happens when we get to the actual day.
I have
Uh,
medicine, nature, and animal handling. I could have
Yeah.
been the midwife. I could have done it.
So they were all the different events. I was also, like, depending on who you'd interacted with, I would have actually given you a lot more of the history on the Ruby scale and the Drakarn stuff, but it was kind of like, that's all right, we're going about our business and we're taking a nice casual, vacation. So I never really got to that point, which is also why I sort of felt bad when I got to that last point. It's like, they haven't done any investigation on any of this. They weren't given
That's
any
fine.
reason to, which is fair.
That's
But
fine.
we didn't have to either.
We were just on holiday.
We had everything we need, and honestly, having more of the history would have confused us even further because, like,
Yeah.
at all,
Yeah.
like what it was about, or at least what you made it about when we got to it, was already what we knew. Like, we knew about the ruby scale armor.
Yeah.
We knew there were others on the
I
island.
made sure to include that. Yeah, I included all the pieces you needed to know. They didn't get too much more of it, but it
Had we
was
known
also
exactly what was taken, it would have been different. I wouldn't have embarrassed a little dwarf, but
Did you
It
I
guys
knew it was bigger.
did you guys know what class Abigail was?
was she a druid?
I kept trying to suss that out, and you kept like, nope. I
She-
could help
she a
her.
Because she
monk?
was doing enough to be like almost a druid.
Ranger.
She a monk?
Nope.
Jimmy's
She's
the
just
monk.
a farmer, ain't she?
Yeah, I remember Jimmy was the monk.
Jimmy was a monk. yeah.
Jimmy is the monk and bard. He's a monk bard. Oh,
See, I want to say sorcerer, but you've already done a couple of sorcerers,
I mean that's a fair guess, but nope, not a sorcerer.
which is why I don't want to say sorcerer. Because it is a fair guess.
And it is a fair guess, yeah. There's like, there was a couple things she did that could have given it away, but
There was one or two things you
Wizards
very
or familiar?
specifically
I'm sure it
said
was
that were like,
wizard.
oh, that's a giveaway, but I don't think anybody picked up on it.
no,
so, yeah.
no.
Mm.
Is she an artificer?
Nope.
And not a wizard with a familiar.
Nope.
Not a warlock?
Yep.
There it is.
We're running out of classes.
Well,
She's a warlock.
Yeah, she said beast speech earlier.
Mm.
So it was kind of like, oh, that's a
That was
that's
a
a
slip.
warlock thing. That was the one
But
that
she
was
had
sort of like,
that
oh,
snake.
anybody pick up on that? Nope, nobody.
Nope.
Okay. Yep.
There is an old tree on the farm next to the family graveyard that she goes and hangs out with a lot and talks to, and it's a great old one. The snake came crawling out of the tree one day. That's her patron.
Yep.
Snake to Team Steve.
So
It's
I'm
like-
glad he was really useful in that fight.
Yeah, he
that,
was
that
really
poison
helpful.
spit.
Yeah.
The thing is,
that's
if
right.
familiars can't actually attack, they can, you
Poison
can
spite.
cast spells through them, but that's it.
yeah.
But I just did it because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, I also just wanted to add in the crew of the Ambitions Call again because they're one of my favorite groups. of
Oh,
people.
they're so cool. I wanted to talk to
Oh.
Dobbs, but then I knew as soon as we started doing that, I would like, we won't actually.
I also
That was
deliberately
gonna be
didn't.
bad.
I deliberately didn't take Dobbs and Koo on island because
Aw,
it was kind of like, yeah, that was a deliberate choice.
fair.
But because the other thing being, I don't know if I've talked to you about their ship before. They're one of the few ships that can actually navigate the wake.
Oh.
Masaka,
Have.
yeah, Masaka, who's the wave waker. She actually can summon these large hands out of water that push the ship, and Shinto animates the figurehead. And the figurehead, the Minotaur, actually lifts the axe out of the deck and turns its axe into a paddle, so it can actually paddle up and over the
Damn.
water in there.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite. Like the Green Wench was always a fun one, but from the Fennec adventure. But the
Yeah.
Ambitions Call is one of my favorites. Plus, it's got Sargon in it, and I mean, I don't
It's
know if you
cool.
guys have noted, I quite like Sargon.
That's good.
We noticed.
Yeah, I can't help it. I don't know.
Well, before it gets to 10 o'clock, I'm going to start a
Mm.
raid on Insanity, who's also playing D&D.
Hang on,
Come on,
hang on,
Dirk.
hang on. So Abigail was a warlock.
Yeah.
Galen was a Tempest cleric. Was that it?
Yep, just that.
Vixen was an Ancients paladin. Felinor, which is a homebrew race from Cornesta's Syleria world, and I was playing a Pugoi fighter, shield fighter
Like
archetype.
shields.
Yeah, a shield fighter archetype, which is a custom one that I've made. It does lots around defense and has very battle mastery kind of feel specific to shields. And a Pugoi, which is another homebrew race from Quinn's world. And I also had the mage initiate for that guidance. Sweet, sweet
Great
guidance.
team. Honestly, a really good team.
The other thing the other thing I'll say is most of the characters you met today are all canon to my world, and Trillisk specifically is Rain's mother.
La 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 la, I didn't hear that.
Oh, the spoiler is happening right now. We're probably going to have to upload this to
It's
the
not a spoiler.
Syleria D&D channel.
Yeah,
Well-
put it up. It's still a Syleria one shot.
I would like everyone to stay spicy and feisty. Thanks for playing D&D today. Thank you, Quinn. We love you.
That was so much fun. We love you,
Later, guys.
Quinn.
Bye, everyone. Have a good night. Bye.
Bye.